Welcome to Edgbaston this morning for Warwickshire versus Hampshire in this 50-over Metrobank one-day cup game. They are heading to finals day on the 19th of September at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. Semi-finals will be played on the previous Wednesday, obviously depending on who gets to those semi-finals. You'll listen to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county player. You will later hear the voice of Barbara BB Daniels, world champion in 1993, and also Mike Perkins. We're due to start at 10:30. The news from the toss is that Hampshire won the toss and will bowl. So Warwickshire lost to Surrey on Saturday by 52 runs. It was a massive scoring game. So Surrey made a record total of 389 for 9. And in reply, Warwickshire got 337 for 9. Big stand from Emily Arlott, great batting from Amu Suryankumar. And Emily Arlott was ably assisted by Izzy Wong. Meanwhile, Hampshire beat Essex by 5 wickets. Now, the important thing is that this time last year, because the three of us were here, this game was a tied match. And that was very exciting. We went right down to last ball. So that seems incredible, 50 overs that it went to the last ball. But at Hampshire, at Arundel, unfortunately, Hampshire won by 3 wickets with 4 balls to spare. That's the one that's key to me. So we're in for an exciting game today, Mike.
Indeed. Unfortunately, from the Warwickshire perspective, of course, which is where we're commentating from. But good to have you with us wherever you're listening. Shall I run people through the two teams? Because there's changes in both of them. Arlott and Izzy Wong both off on England duty, so they're replacing the Warwickshire lineup by Meg Austin and Alexa Stonehouse. So in full, that is Davina Perrin, Amu Suryankumar, Meg Austin, Katie George, Caris Pavley, Chloe Brewer, Nat Wraith, Mary Taylor, Alexa Stonehouse, Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker. So that is how Warwickshire line up today. 2 changes to their lineup, 3 to the visitors Hampshire's lineup as the umpires make their way to the middle. I noticed they do have a box of spare balls because we are still quite a long way over to sort of the left of our view from the pavilion end in terms of the pitches we're playing on the squares, which means the building site was in range the other day, so we could need some spare balls. The 3 changes for Hampshire then: Georgia Adams, Megan Sturge and Nancy Harmon come into the side. They replace 3 players away with England: Maya Bouchier, Freya Kemp and Lindsay Smith. So in full, it's Ella McGacken, Georgia Adams, Abby Norgrove, Megan Sturge, Rihanna Southby, Naomi Dutani, Amanda Jade Wellington, Francesca Sweet, Nancy Harmon, Daisy Gibb and Bex Tyson. So that's your Hampshire lineup for today. As I say, exactly what order they come out in at this time of season, we're not 100% sure, but it looks from the way the teams have been given to us as if, certainly for Warwickshire, Meg Austin will slot in at 3, and it looks like Mary Taylor will shuffle up a place to 8, and Alexa Stonehouse will come in at 9 in the Warwickshire batting lineup. The Hampshire one, it looks as if Southby might go and open the batting as she did a little bit last season. So that will play out throughout the course of the day. And as you say, we had a good game between these two here last year, and there has been some talk that Hampshire might not be the force they used to be. I sort of feel their demise in that sense might be greatly exaggerated, given they beat Essex by 5 wickets in their first game. But we will see. But there's certainly a bit of concern around that Hampshire have perhaps not added to what they've done in that Southern Vipers era over the winter this time, and may have a little bit of work to do. But we will see. Warwickshire, it's going to be a bit like the other day. We need some top order runs, really, don't we, Claire Jenkins?
Yeah. I mean, the test for all of these teams will be how do they manage without their England players. So across the board, the England players are on intra-squad duty, so there are no England players on show for any of these games that are going off today, as umpire Simon Widdop from the bowler's end signals to the scorers, who are AJ Ruffle and E. Brereton. Square leg umpire is Julia Jarvis. She was the 4th umpire for the 100 eliminator, so thought well of last season as the bowler comes in over the wickets.
And it's Daisy Gibb to deliver the first ball from the pavilion end. It's dabbed off the back foot by Davina Perrin. Suren Kumar, the other Warwickshire batter, is through for the single, and Warwickshire are underway here. Good first stroke from Davina Perrin, up on her toes, bat on ball, single to the total. And that's a good way for Warwickshire to start. Daisy Gibb opening the bowling here from the pavilion end. Scoreboard looking in good form over there. A few little birds flutter past it. It's got a terracotta tiled roof and the gold weather vane on top, clock face on the front, and in comes Gibb again to bowl to Suren Kumar. It's a bit more leg side than she originally intended, perhaps slightly early onto the delivery there, and played it out into the leg side. Ella McGacken there with the fielding, who made 90 against Essex the other day. Had a bit of trouble with injury last season, but still made 676 runs across all competitions, including 133 not out that I believe was in the run chase at Southport early last season. Here comes Gibb again. Bowls to Suren Kumar, who drives up to mid-off. There is no run to Amanda Jade Wellington, who is there with the fielding, and Hampshire record a second dot ball in a row as a result.
Because Daisy Gibb had a very good dot ball percentage in last year's Metro Bank. She was 8th in the rankings, 62% dot balls.
Well, 2 to her account already today, and they could prove valuable. As we say, we have a short boundary on what's the offside for the right-handed Suren Kumar facing the ball from the pavilion end as Gibb bowls to her. She turns into the leg side. There's going to be at least one. They're going to look for 2, but Suren Kumar slips and wisely shouts no as a result. Just tried to turn a little sharply there at the non-striker's end and couldn't get back for the second, so the single makes it 2 without loss. Bright sunshine again, just in time for this one-day cup game. Claire Jenkins, it seemed to happen that way the other day as well. The sunshine just crept out as we started play, and it stayed with us for most of the day.
We were lucky with the weather, weren't we, on Saturday?
We were indeed. There's a quite nasty looking shower later in the forecast today, but hopefully it won't prevent this game getting to a conclusion as Gibb bowls one outside the off stump. Perrin was forced to just offer the bat at it, really. Wasn't quite sure it was going to miss her off stump, and she was almost kind of feeling for it, trying to run it down past the slip fielder, and didn't make any contact at all. That's one in the bank for Daisy Gibb, even though it'll only be recorded as a dot ball on her analysis. She definitely got the better of that delivery. As the shadow of Gibb can be seen as she runs in the sunshine and bowls to Perrin, who's forward and defending that one that was definitely hitting her stumps, and it goes out into the offside. Megan Sturge there with the fielding, throws it back into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Southby, and that's the end of the first over. A dot ball to conclude it. A couple of singles in there as well from the first ball, and another one during the over, and we're underway. 2 without loss then, Warwickshire, after the first over of their innings. They've been put into bat today, having in the previous game put their opponents in, but they ended up losing by 52 runs to Surrey in their opener. They were 7th, of course, in this competition last season. Hampshire made it all the way to the final, having topped the group stage, which is why I'm not buying into this thought that Hampshire might not quite be the force they once were, because let's wait for it to play out in reality. It's good to see, though, that there are some fans in the Holly stand, which is good already on a Wednesday morning.
Bit of sun out. Yeah, we've got some spectators in.
Voice alongside myself, Mike Perkins, women's cricket commentator Claire Jenkins. We also have Barbara Daniels join us, the 1993 World Cup winner and former Warwickshire player. This one's cut off the back foot by Suren Kumar, her first ball from Bex Tyson, the left-arm orthodox bowler, and a single is taken as a result to the sweeper on the offside boundary. One to the total, 3 without loss.
You just got a dirty look from Barbara, because she didn't play for Warwickshire. She was captain of the West Midlands in the days, and it was areas.
I see.
And it's, yeah, she played Warwickshire hockey. But yeah, so
consider myself corrected. Of course, it was in regions at that time.
Then, yeah,
it was
captain
of the West Midlands region.
Yeah, regions, areas it was called.
But definitely a 93 World Cup winner.
Yes,
So
definitely.
that is.
Definitely.
As this ball's bowled into the stumps by Tyson. Just came in, angled in with the arm there, and was poked away really by Perrin. First ball she'd faced from Tyson. Was trying to go back in the stumps and give herself room, but it kind of followed her in towards those stumps. As in comes Tyson again. And that one was a little more flighted, and forward came Davina Perrin. And defensively, just
She had a bit of a rush of blood to the head and effectively ran herself out, unfortunately, on Saturday, so we don't need any of those today.
was calm there in defence on that occasion, and is calm in defence again. Another dot ball, as this one is thrown into the gloves of Southby.
There are other games going on today at Trent Bridge, Chesterley Street and the Oval. We'll come back to those later.
Here comes Tyson again. Bowls and seemed to take an inside edge this one as it went down the leg side, and Perrin's going to get 4 for it. We'll find out exactly off what in a moment. Buys is the call. Well, that must have actually gone on quite sharply with the arm in the end then, and beat not only Perrin but the wicketkeeper Southby as well, and away it goes for Buys, but it must have almost come between Perrin and the bat in the end.
We're exactly the wrong angle to judge where that came, aren't we? Because
Keep an eye on our screen up here in the commentary box, but for it not to be signalled wide, it must have gone between batter and stumps. Perrin settles over a bat again. Tyson in the sunglasses delivers, and that one's full and flighted and defended by Perrin. Back to the bowlers. 7 without loss then, with the fortuitous 4 buys during the over. So a productive one for Warwickshire, but not without a scare, it's fair to say, Claire Jenkins.
No. So I mentioned there are other games going on at Trent Bridge, Chesterley Street and the Oval. The game at Trent Bridge is the Blaze, who are basically Nottinghamshire women, against Lancashire. The game at Chesterley Street, where Polly Starkey's looking after you on the live stream up there, Durham versus Essex. And the game at the Oval is Surrey versus Yorkshire, where Toby Reynolds is looking after you on the live stream.
And Gibb to start a second over. Thank you for joining us at the Match Centre at edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button. It helps people find us as this one is bowled outside the off stump. Forward came Surin Kumar, just stretching into a defensive stroke and not making contact. Sort of rather grubbed through to the wicketkeeper Southby, but she took it cleanly nonetheless.
Surin Kumar got 59 against Surrey on Saturday. Batted really well, I thought, and very patient innings. That's what I want some for that today. She also took 2 for 53, but we'll talk about that later.
Gibb again then, on her way in from the pavilion end to bowl towards Surin Kumar, who thought about a drive for a second there. You could tell there was a bit of intent with the back lift, but decided the ball wasn't quite full enough, and it was more or less, for me, have gone all the way into the top of off stump, that one. So a wise decision in the end to defend rather than attack. Another dot ball to the Gibb analysis.
Weather looking a bit gloomy to our left, coming in from the west, and let's hope there's nothing naughty in those clouds.
Here's Gibb again, right arm over the wicket. Surin Kumar drives down the onside, but again without the timing she would have liked. Finds Tyson, no run on that occasion.
Surin Kumar joined Warwickshire last season from, well, what was Sunrisers, but is now Essex. It's a great addition, and she's also England under 19 veteran as well. So if you can be a veteran of under 19 too.
59 in the first game against Surrey. Settles on a bat again, taps it a couple of times and waits for Gibb to deliver, and looks to access the leg side again, but again without the power, and again Tyson's in with the fielding, and again no run on offer to Surin Kumar. This has been the best of the 3 overs from Hampshire, although I would say all of them have had an element of threat to them. As Gibb just tucks her shirt back before running in again. The sunshine back with us. It feels like one of those days where the gloom and the sunshine will interchange throughout as that one beats the off stump, or beats Surankuma outside the off stump, as she just was lured into playing a ball that wasn't quite there. And you feel this accumulation of dot balls with a score on 7 without loss is just preying on Surankuma's mind a little bit at the moment. But she'll try and put that one out of her mind and face up to the next one, as any good batter should. Datani in at short cover, who captained the first game of the season for Hampshire, and in comes Gibb again. Into the pads it goes. Surankuma will get through for what I'm almost certain is going to be a leg bite. We'll await the signal to confirm it, and there it is. So 8 without loss, the score moves on to. That was the only run off the over. It won't go against the analysis of Gibb, so that will be a maiden over. And it was well delivered. The last one maybe a little bit, getting a little bit straight there, but everything else was very disciplined around the top of off stump.
Yeah, Hampshire looking disciplined here. The sunshine at Edgbaston in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. Second game of the season, so too early to tell any trends yet. But two well-matched teams, as we found out last year, literally down to the last ball. A tie.
Here comes Tyson again then. Conceded one off the bat in her first over, and she's going to deliver a ball that brings Surankuma forward, and she defends into the leg side. Surankuma now 2 off 10, so a little bit of pressure building on the opener for the field for Bex Tyson. We'll bring you that after this next delivery, which is bowled to Surankuma. She sweeps out to a fielder on the boundary on the mid-wicket side of the ground and picks up 1 as a result. So as well as that fielder at deep mid-wicket, she has a fielder in the ring on 45, mid-wicket and mid-on, and then you have mid-off, short cover, cover out on the boundary, backward point and slip, crucially, in Georgia Adams, who applauds that delivery from Tyson, which produces a dot ball as Perrin is forward in defence. And both these Warwickshire openers being watchful at the moment. 9 without loss is the score as Tyson comes in and twirls away, and the score will move to 10 without loss with a tight single, but a well-judged single in the end, just fiddled around the corner really by Perrin from just back of the crease in the end, and picks up a single to that fielder who's probably a little beyond 45, a little squarer than a traditional 45 fielder would be, so probably backward square leg for the bowler Daisy Gibb at the other end. And Surankuma goes high into the air. This one's gone off the top edge, should have been caught, but it hasn't been. Nancy Harmon puts it down at deep mid-wicket. Well, it was in the air for long enough. Surankuma didn't get much of it, probably got the distance in terms of height to have cleared the boundary, but didn't get the distance in terms of it going in the direction of that boundary. And Harmon puts Surankuma down early on just 4, as this one is, well, 3 when she faced it, 4 by the time she'd run through for a single. Surankuma at the non-strikers rehearses the shot again, and Perrin has negotiated the last ball of the over, but a moment of alarm. Brilliant to have more than 1,500 of you already with us. We're pretty much, this competition's the main cricket in the UK today, in fact the only cricket in the UK today, so brilliant to have so many people tuning in to the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube channel, and also via the Match Centre at edgbaston.com, where you can watch this stream along with scorecards and updates and all that kind of thing. Claire Jenkins, what are you making of this?
Yeah, it's, as you said, a patient start from Warwickshire batters and a tight start from Hampshire in the field here, in the distinctive yellow stripe down the side of their kit.
Surankuma dropped on 3 is worth a note. She comes down the track now with a bit more aggression and belts it back at Gibb, who actually underarmed it at the stump. I thought at first it had just deflected off Gibb into the stumps, as is often the way when the ball's hit back with that ferocity, but she took it cleanly in the left-hand in a follow-through and then underarmed it with her right at the stumps. 11 without loss it remains after all that. No run to the total. As in comes Gibb again. Can she get a little bit of that seam movement we saw early on as Soren Kuma drives down the onside? She knew she hadn't hit it clean, and having hit a couple down there not clean, she was able to scamper through for the single. There was all sorts going on in terms of the backing up, and it's fair to say the Hampshire players made sure there was all sorts of bodies going towards the ball. It was the combination of slip and backward point who stopped it in the end. Megan Sturge and Georgia Adams, but
Southby went down as well. There was a collision.
Yeah, Southby went short, tumbled over, and then there was a big clash between backward point and slip in the end. 12 without loss with the single.
I don't think they hurt themselves because they're back up again, laughing.
No, there was lots of laughs straight away.
I wouldn't be laughing, obviously.
Well, there was lots of laughs amongst the Hampshire players straight away, which is always a good sign. I see plenty of you interacting with us in the comments as well, as in comes Gibb, and it's dabbed away on the offside. Through comes Soren Kumar for the single. Davina Perrin adds that to her total. Her innings has been relatively faultless so far, although she'll want to increase that strike rate as it goes on. 3 off 12 now for Perrin. And we also have Soren Kumar on 5 off 15. As Perrin assisted the umpire there by knocking the stump back into the ground. Daisy Gibbs starting her run up from outside the 25-yard circle. She's on her way now with slip in place and delivers a ball that's full of length. It's driven firmly by Soren Kumar down the ground. Nice connection with the ball. That's what she's been looking for since she came to the crease. Misfield, it has to be said, at mid-off. It was probably within range to stop the mid-off fielder, but unfortunately for Amanda Jade Wellington, she couldn't get to it. It was always one of those that she sort of felt like she was going to get to at the wrong time to be able to scoop it up, and it was a good firm shot for 4 by Soren Kumar. 17 without loss. Soren Kumar waits again. Bat raised and goes for another drive down the offside. This time it's wide of Wellington, but less well hit, so it just brings a single. Soren Kumar was quick and alert to call through. 18 without loss, and Soren Kumar will be feeling a bit better after that boundary.
Yeah, we saw these two open on Saturday, and they are very quick between the wickets. Potentially a little bit, well, there was a hesitation, and Perrin ended up running herself out on Saturday, so I'm hoping that's not going to happen again. But some nice shots there from Soren Kumar down the ground. That's a good sign for Warwickshire fans.
They seem to be responding to each other's calls well. As Gibb bowls, it's flicked away into the long leg position, and that will be, well, Perrin at the striker's end falls to the ground, singles to the total. 19 without loss. A quick word from Claire Jenkins, and then we'll have Barbara Daniels.
Okay, and I'm going to hand over, I think, to Barbara. Am I? Yes, yes, I am going to hand over to Barbara. World Cup winner in 1993. She's going to get fed up. She's going to say, stop saying that, but she is a World Cup winner. So over to Barbara Daniels for you, and Mike's going to just take us through.
Yes, as the Warwickshire players have a little chat mid-pitch about what they've seen so far. 19 without loss. They'll be relatively happy with that as a start. Would perhaps like to be a few more on if they could be, but they will be content, I think, with where they find themselves in the game, as we welcome Barbara Daniels for the first time today, and the first thing she'll see from the commentary position is Bex Tyson delivering a ball that's driven out to the cover boundary, but there's a fielder there, so it'll only be 1 run. 20 without loss. What are you making of the early stages, Barbara?
Well, like you said, you know, it's a slow and steady start from Warwickshire, but I think after Saturday, definitely as a Warwickshire fan, I'm quite happy to see these two go steady away and not get carried away by that short boundary.
As Soren Kumar, who's already had one attempt to clear it and was dropped out there, defends this one into the offside. No run on offer. That's
been the only sort of swipe, hasn't there, to sort of, you know, whether that is that sort of magnetic effect of a very short boundary, but Otherwise, it's been pretty steady and sensible.
It is tempting as Surankuma manages to drive this one into the offside from slightly away from her body. Norgrove there with the tumbling stop and a single to the total, 21 without loss.
And in fairness, Hampshire have bowled very tightly. There's not been a lot of loose stuff. There's been one misfield for that 4.
In comes the bowler Tyson to deliver another one onto the bat of Perrin.
Interesting season for Perrin, I think. Massive expectation on her very young shoulders still.
Hits this one high, and she does get all of it, and that's into the building site.
Oh,
not quite, just lands in front of our photographer on the far side, but it's certainly 6 runs. Lovely stroke from Perrin, 27 without loss.
Super stroke from Perrin. If she could have just hung on, I was about to say she's a player with massive potential and talent, and that was just the most easy-looking shot, and there's no fielder out there either. Yes, it's the shorter boundary, but that was a very well-played shot. But there is a lot of pressure on her. There's a lot of expectation, plenty of people around the country wondering whether she's going to be in the World Cup squad, and I just would like to see her in this start of the season just allowing herself to build innings and almost not believe the hype herself yet.
Just sort of ignore all that for now.
Yeah, it's really hard, but I think she's still really young, and we've just got to let her play, and she can carry on. She can carry on playing like this. She's not scored many initially off her first few balls, 1 boundary. But Warwickshire will want her to bat for a long time, and this is what's been happening to Warwickshire over the last couple of years. Is sometimes 50 overs feels like a long time sometimes for them, and they don't take advantage of it all. So
they definitely favoured the 20 over format last year as Perrin waits again, and she goes aerial again, and this could be 6 more. It will be 6 more, signalled by Harman, who was valiantly trying to get round there. So Perrin tucking into the advantage she gets in the power play against the spinner of there only being allowed 2 fielders back. As long as she gets it far enough in front of Harman, she's got a pretty good chance of hitting 6, and that's what she's done. 2 balls in a row, 33 without loss. Warwickshire, that's their best over so far by some distance.
And yeah, not much margin for error for the bowlers when you're bowling to that boundary on the leg side, but that was just 2 balls, just fractionally short really, but Perrin has pounced on those very quickly. That second one she didn't quite catch quite as cleanly, so yes, it is just keeping her calm enough to play the right shots to the right balls, but very happy. She'll be very happy with that as a
They were different shots, weren't they? She was back to that second one and sort of almost trying to crate it, whereas the first one, it seemed, she picked it up off the front foot and spotted it perfectly. Here comes Gibb again with plenty of bustle as she approaches the crease, and this one's defended back to her. No run on offer, 33 without loss it remains.
I'm not sure I've seen Gibb bowling before, but she's been very tight and been bowling in very nicely in this her 4th over now, only 10 runs gone, and has caused problems. She's beaten the bat a few times, and she'll be furious that 4 of those 10 runs went through Amanda Jade Wellington quite so easily. But no, it looks like a nice run up and a repeatable action and a bit of pace in here.
Here she comes again, dot ball from the previous delivery. She'll get another one here as quickly in is Tyson with the fielding from mid-on.
I'm just wondering how cold it is out there, because I've just noticed the umpire is wearing gloves.
I think it's pretty chilly, I'll be honest.
I don't know, I've noticed that before, but it looks pretty, I think it'd be pretty chilly standing around out there. So yes, early season cricket in the UK.
I think our spectators in the Holly stand will be well wrapped up, as will the ones on the same tier as us in the pavilion, but they're outside, whereas we're in the commentary box. That one's clapped away to cover the throws over the head of wicketkeeper Southby, but it's well backed up, so no run on offer. In fact, it was the captain, Georgia Adams, returning to the side and picking up the captaincy again. They did the backing up there, missed the first game due to a quadricep issue. Very precautionary was the noise coming out of Hampshire on that front.
Nice to see Georgia just, occupying that first slip position as captain's prerogative.
She's sort of relatively wide there as she crouches now,
and
this one's hit over the top, and Surankuma's getting in on the act. She goes to the longest side of the ground to wide, long on for 4 runs, 37 without loss, but a lovely stroke over the top, bounces once and over the rope. That was there's definite intent here from these two now, isn't there?
Definitely is, and that was a super shot, much better than the sort of sweep she played with the short boundary to one side. That was a lovely, full-flowing, confident, as you say, looking shot. And these two, this is good. They just need to keep this sort of stuff going and picking up the singles, because they are, as Claire said, both quick. We don't want that to engineer another run out, but yeah, good intent being shown now as Gibb comes in again. And
bowls well outside the off stump, and it's taken by Southby round about waist height in the end.
Yes, that went through. I was going to say that went through at a decent height. Surin Kumar isn't the tallest of batters, is she? But that was a decent amount of bounce extracted by Gibb. I am going to have to harp on once again about the kits being far too similar. Everybody's in blue and yellow apart from the two umpires.
Yes, it's very much navy with yellow flashes the order of the day today. Gibb in that kit bowls here outside the off stump. It's through to Southby. Dot ball to finish with 37 without loss. So the main event of the 7th over of the innings. The Warwickshire emblem on the flag on the far side of the ground is blowing gustily off towards the retail park there, but the city centre itself is illuminated in sunshine at the moment. We're in a bit of cloud at the moment, but it's that sort of day where those clouds will keep moving. It'll keep blowing through, but we just hope we don't catch too much of a shower.
That's a very poetic turn of phrase there, Mike, from Wednesday morning.
You.
Yeah, it's it's good to hear Birmingham described so favourably by a non-native.
I mean, it does always have a feeling of one of those cities that's never quite finished. Birmingham. There's always a crane up somewhere.
Don't spoil it.
They're always sort of adding something, aren't they? And
in that progressive kind of, forward-thinking kind of way.
Exactly. It's always on the move, is Birmingham. As Tyson does continue, Perrin's looked to hit what would have been a third 6 in a row from balls from Tyson. It takes her on the pad, and let's hope it was pad and not flesh, because the difference between the two can be quite a fine margin. Didn't seem to affect Perrin too much there, and I think she might go for another lusty blow here. Forward in defence instead, dot ball, and I think that'll bring the approval of Barbara Daniels. It does bring the approval,
but not that I'm a boring old fuddy-duddy these days, but yeah, you can get carried away by the short boundary, and I just want her to keep playing. She's a really good player and she'll score at a decent lick anyway if she backs herself. That's
bowls.
Nice.
This one's dabbed behind square on the offside, almost from off the stump, but she watched it all the way and knew there was nobody at slip anymore and there was a gap. Takes the single. 38 without loss, the score moves on to. Very efficient this morning, the scoreboard. It's been very quick. We were saying they've changed the typeface by the looks of things over the winter, as Surin Kumar looks to whisk that one away. Doesn't make contact. It'll be a wide ball and a single, so 2 to the total. They're going to come back for a second run as well, so 3 to the total. 41 without loss. Surin Kumar was trying to whisk it away to the short side. She might almost be disappointed to get a wide and extra ball there, because she could have got 4 to her total. That's, I think, what was on her mind.
I think the wicket keeper is happy that didn't take her head off, actually. That was Rhiannon Southby, that is, isn't it? It's always good to watch. Nice to see, again, year on year, good to see these players progressing. But yeah, definite intent here, and they're very fast, both of these two, between the wickets, so this is good.
They are. They were almost a little quick for their own good in the first game, as this one's defended to short extra cover where Datani picks up no run on offer. And it's sort of, they were clearly trying to push the singles and just went a little far with it, but at the moment they've got a partnership of 41. It's a good start for Warwickshire, as this one's defended into the offside. No run on offer. Abby Norgrove comes in, but she's beaten to it by Southby. Surin Kumar rehearses something rather more exotic towards the short boundary on the leg side, but the ball definitely wasn't there for it on that occasion. This is Tyson again. Swept round the corner. Stopped well, actually, by Daisy Gibb.
That was a good stop, actually, because I thought that might have gone. But that was a better over from Gibb. She'll be happier with that, as will her captain, Georgia Adam. Always lots to think about as a captain when you're finagling this leg side with your slower bowlers and a short boundary.
But Gibbs fielding, keeping it to a single, so 42 without loss, the score at the end of the over. And it's been a good start to the day, and as I say, it's good to have so many of you with us. 10:30 start this morning, and it's been brilliant to see more than 1,500 of you with us already. In fact, we're creeping up towards the 2,000 mark now, so do make sure you hit the like button. That'll help other people find the stream if you hit that little thumbs up button below where you're watching. And
have we got a change of bowling coming up here, I think?
Yes, it looks as if we will, as the ball is tossed from Amanda Jade Wellington
or is it
to the bowler, but I think it is going to be Gibb to continue.
I think there's just been, she's got rid of a shirt of some sort, or a jumper, I don't know. That seems to be something has occurred with the umpire. There we go. Do you know, it fooled me because it was white for a minute, but it was inside out, but then it's gone back to the blue and yellow, so
Here comes Gibb, striding in, as we say, starting well behind that 25-yard circle. And bowling the balls, big appeal for LBW. The shake of the head came immediately from the umpire, so that's not out, and it'll be a leg bye to the total as well. So 43 without loss.
That was a good run, actually. Good call from Perrin there, but a good ball from Gibb. Oh, it is going down the leg side, just seeing the replay, but a good shout. And a decent amount of movement there from Gibb too, just swinging in to Suryan Kumar.
Gibb bowls, driven firmly up towards Dutani, who's at short extra cover, makes the stop. No run on offer as a result.
Nice full face of the bat there from Perrin.
Good high elbow as well. All the coaches will be ticking off the little boxes, won't they?
See,
They'll be ticking off the boxes after that one.
Sometimes you feel you get more traditional as you get older, but I just think for her to give herself time. I think that's it. When she's anybody really full face of the bat for longer, you're in the game.
8 cranes in the distance today in the city of Birmingham. If you add the one in the ground with us here, that's 9.
That's not birds he's talking about.
Pushed off the back foot, and Abby Norgrove does the fielding at backward point. The wind continues to bluster, but no run on offer there. So plenty going on. A few of the trees not quite in leaf yet, but it's certainly spring has begun to bloom, hasn't it? It's noticeable on the drive here. The tree's always noticeable on the way to Edgbaston.
It is, and the cherry blossoms have been out in the city centre. It's been another glorious view of those.
A couple more spectators make their way in at the Birmingham end as Gibb bowls towards it here. Flash of the bat from Perrin. I think she kind of felt if she got anything on that, with nobody really behind square other than Harmon right out at the boundary, but a kind of quite wide third, she might have got value for that even if she hadn't middled it. But it was expansive and not the sort of way you want to walk off the pitch if you get a little tickle on one of those, or even if you slap it airily at backward point or cover. Doesn't seem to have fussed Perrin too much. She's settled back in her crease, wind ruffling her shirt as Gibb bowls, worked into the leg side. There was thought of a single, but wise decision made not to take it because McGacken and Adams were quickly onto it. It was McGacken with the sharp throw in there that you saw on your screens too. Rihanna Southby already up above 2,000 for the day. So as I say, we have this game in this competition along with 3 others today in the Women's One Day Cup. So we'll just bring you the scores on those after this next delivery from Daisy Gibb. Here she comes. Little kick up at the heels as she goes, and then beats a drive outside the off stump from Perrin. No run to finish the over with. It's 43 without loss in this game between Durham and Essex. 47 without loss in the 9th over of that one. Yorkshire have lost a wicket, but a very similar score, 42 for 1 away at Surrey at the Oval. Lancashire finding things a little more sedate against the Blaze, 28 without loss in that game, which is taking place at Trent Bridge in Nottingham. So certainly batting hardest in Nottingham at the moment, but here in Birmingham it's very similar to the other 2 games taking place elsewhere. 43 without loss the score after 9. It seems about par, that.
It does, and just, harking back to Saturday, which you were at, with big scores, wasn't it, on Saturday, which, I mean, was partly with the short boundary, but it can't have only been that, can it? Or was that a significant factor in the big scores?
I think Danny White-Hodge and Jemima Spencer's batting were sort of they batted very well, it has to be said, even with a short boundary, but they obviously, that did inflate their score a little bit in the sense that they had that to access. I think Danny White-Hodge was in the sort of mood where she might have cleared any boundary,
which is good to hear.
She was going a long way back with her sixes, but yeah, and I was impressed by Spence, I have to say. I'd not seen her bat before, and she came in and played a very enterprising knock, albeit from a very solid foundation. Statani's into the attack, bowls onto the pads of Surren Kumar, who just flicks this one into the leg side. Harmon's there at backward square leg to pick up and return. 44 without loss with the single, and Datani will just pace her run out once more. Quite a brave move this from Datani. I guess at this stage of her career she maybe does push it across the batters a little more than bringing it in towards that short side of the ground, but most left armers would generally want to be bringing the ball in as the stock, so it's fairly brave to bowl to this field and this dimensions as much as anything.
Yes, and they've just got a sort of a square leg on the boundary, but no fine leg here.
Datani bowls, and again Perrins across the stumps and just touches it to that fielder at backward square leg on the boundary, which is almost backward square leg in the ring, frankly. She's that close. It's sort of, if you're on the boundary, you almost feel like you're on the very back of the 25-yard circle.
Well, that's a slight exaggeration, but it isn't. It's a 1 or a 4, isn't it? It's one of those boundaries, really.
45 without loss as a plane makes its way through the cloudy skies in the distance, and Datani bowls again in towards the pads, and Surren Kumar gets this one in front of square this time, but still the fielder from backward square on the boundary is able to get round and pick it up for the loss of only 1 run. 46 without loss, so there's a mid-wicket in a fairly straight position. There's a mid-on, mid-off on the back of the 25-yard circle, an extra cover who's considerably closer, a more conventional cover, a backward point and a slip, as well as the fielder down at the third. Here comes Datani again. Delivers, and Perrins driving smoothly through the offside, but only picks up 1 for it. Good combination of Sturgeon at short extra cover, sliding for it, and then the main intervention made up at mid-off by Amanda Jade Wellington. Keeps scoring to 1. Again, 47 without loss.
And with that field, that really is where Datani needs to be bowling with only 3 on the leg side. Then 6 on the offside. That was a better ball. It went for a single, but I mean that's really what her captains must be asking her to do. She's having a little conversation with the umpire, looking at the ball, I think, at the minute, maybe. Yeah,
just maybe wanted something, a little bit of stitching cutting off or something like that. The early stages, it's that sort of stage where the ball does start to get a distinctive look to it, and one side will be a bit shinier than the other now as Datani comes into bowl and delivers a ball, and that's the first dot of the over. All singles before that one there, where Surren Kumar defended from the crease, really standing up. We've had a couple more spectators make their way in at the Birmingham end during the last couple of overs, and they're settling in for the day.
They do look quite well wrapped up, it has to be
yes,
said. I'm just
do.
looking at the brave crowd who we're delighted to see.
It's the people up on our level here on the balcony level at the pavilion end that I'm quite impressed with. As here comes Datani, delivers short of length, and it catches Surren Kumar. She sort of threw the shot a bit early there. Yeah, kind of stuck in the pitch. Dot ball.
I think she'd be disappointed with that because there's just such a massive gap. If she could just turn it round the corner, that would have probably been 4. But anyway, it was a good comeback from Datani.
Barbara Daniels will take you through the next 10 overs with ball by ball, and Claire Jenkins is going to pop into the seat alongside her.
So yes, first 10 overs done, 47 for none at Warwickshire. Just that one chance, the drop catch from Surin Kumar, sweeping out to the leg side. Hampshire will be looking to create some more chances. Now after this first 10 overs and the fielding restrictions have gone, Amanda Jade Wellington is coming immediately into the attack. He was a world-class bowler. So something else for the Warwickshire batters to think about, Perrin to face. This should be an interesting challenge for the pair of them, actually, an interesting duel. And Wellington, not backward and coming forward, is just sorting her field out. So we have 2 out in the deep on the offside. Sorry, on the leg side at square leg and mid wicket, 1 out at deep cover. And umpire is nearly ready. And we're just rechecking the guard, Perrin. And the sunshine has come out again. To welcome you back, Claire.
Yes, I just brought it back with me, that's all.
Nice of you to do so.
So, Wellington, what's she got in her bag of tricks today? To Perrin. Comes forward, but dabs it into the third region. It's racing off towards the boundary. Is he going to get cut off as a dive? Ooh, that would have been close. No technology to check that, but we're assuming that's just runs there. So a few more to the total as Warwickshire head towards that 50.
So that was a very good shot from Perrin, actually, very subtly played to the leg spin of Amanda Jade Wellington, and some good fielding. I thought that was racing away for 4, actually, but it didn't quite. That was good fielding to cut that down to 2. So Wellington comes in again with her leg spin. Oh, Perrin comes forward, and that's beaten her on the outside edge. And that has just turned a little bit. Bail's taken off by Southby. We're ready to go again. So Amanda Jade Wellington just tossing the ball from hand to hand. Sets herself and in she comes. Oh, and set early, Perrin, to just flip that over her shoulder for 1, probably 2. Yes, they're quick enough to take 2. Here, that's a well played, well thought out shot.
We don't mind that one, Barbara?
I don't mind that one.
No,
and the Warwickshire 50 is up, 51 for none from 10.3 overs. No, I think she made that conscious decision. There was nobody there. As long as she got a bit of bat on it, it was a safe shot, that. So I think that's a good choice. Wellington in again. And that's a nice shot coming forward. That's a good ball, actually. She's just dropped on her length pretty quickly, hasn't she, Wellington? She is a class bowler, albeit in the cold of an April.
Yes.
For early season.
Great acquisition from Hampshire. I mean, a big loss for Somerset, because I'm used to watching her in Somerset colours down at Taunton.
I mean, she's a really good player, and she'll bring a lot to any team, really, wouldn't she? But so she gets set again, strides in, and then just very serenely played by Surin Kumar. Or even, it's nearly serenely by Surin Kumar.
We're getting poetic already, baby.
Wellington goes again for the final ball, and a sweep, sort of choppy sweep from outside off stump by Surin Kumar. Another good chase, 2 runs to Surin Kumar. End of the over. Well, that was interesting. So 7 runs, I think, from that over, and just be interesting to see how that plays out as Amanda Jade Wellington settles. But I think those two played nicely in that first over. Yeah,
we were talking about sort of inventing shots, because they were. We don't mind if they're inventing shots and being a bit funkier. If they're doing it into a gap, it's when you get the kind of where they're doing the invention, it's straight to a field, and you just think that's fine if it's in a gap, but not now.
Well, that's and that is our prerogative as viewers and supporters. But as we know, when you're out there, it is different, isn't it? And they do practice those shots these days, So I don't have a problem. But both of those were just into a gap, and it's a good option. Particularly if you feel just by coming forward or whatever, you're just going to be pushing into fielders. And there is this sense of we want to keep the scoreboard going, isn't it? So Datani coming in for her second over from the City end. And that's a super shot, actually, from Perrin. And that's stand and deliver time. So she's just off the back foot, carved that through the covers. Great timing. No one was going to stop that.
No, I think it's safe to say that Perrin enjoyed that one. It was obviously just right on her length.
Yes, that's one of those ones you think, oh, I've been waiting 11 overs for that.
That's the posh side there as well,
It is the
Barbara.
posh side, but it's the posh
offside.
big side at the minute.
Yeah.
And again, that's where Datani's got to be looking, really, but that was just a bit too short. In she comes again, and it's flipped leg side this time, and has gone for 4. To that short boundary. There was a fielder there, took an an awkward bounce.
Yeah,
It's just tricky, it's just not enough room to play with maybe, but perhaps could have knocked that one down. Again, from here.
It's easy up here, isn't it, Barbara?
We'd have
Lot
stopped that,
easier.
Claire, wouldn't we? I'd have knocked it down to you
Yes,
40 years ago.
Yeah, and then there'd have had to be a chain to throw the ball back in if I was that far out.
But Perrin starting very strongly in this over. So Datan, oh no, there's a pause from the umpire. Not sure.
I think, is it?
Was there a
Perrin
field
just-
alteration or Perrin not ready? Or a bit of chat. Sometimes it's
chat.
just people chatting. So we all settle again. Datani coming in. Perrin facing, stands upright, plays forward and takes a nice single.
That was nice.
All of a sudden, she just looks a bit different.
She looks like this season, well, certainly today, definitely. It's that balance between defence and attack, taking a sensible single, having a whack at a loose ball. The judgment seems to be just that cranked up one more notch, which I'm pleased to see as a Warwickshire supporter.
So Suren Kumar now to face Datani, who comes in, left arm over. That's a very classic forward defence shot, straight to a short cover, no run.
We say that we're missing Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent because that shot looked like it should be in the non-existent coaching manual that you and he's I'm sure he's missing us, but we're missing him in the non-existent coaching manual that he was teasing you about.
Well, literally this time last year, wasn't it? It was this game last year that he suggested I should be publishing one. Anyway, Datani in, and Suren Kumar comes sort of dances down the pitch a bit to meet that and drives it to mid-off for 1. Again, when she gets her timing right, she plays some fabulous shots, Suren Kumar. She looks, occasionally today, she's played a lot of those shots, sort of driving straight, not quite got the timing, but, picked up the single anyway. So she's working her way in, I would say.
Yeah.
So Perrin again facing the last ball of the 12th over. Datani comes in, nice steady run up, gets close into the stumps, and then again, just very calmly, Perrin pushes that out into deep cover for a single and keeps the strike. So that's the end of 12 overs. Warwickshire ticking along very happily, I think, 65 without loss. I don't want to big them up anymore at risk of any commentator's curse, but as a Warwickshire fan, I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Amanda Jade Wellington will be coming on for her second over. Just getting a bit gloomy again
Yeah, I
out
was just
here.
thinking that. Partnership of 65, score of 65.
And windy again as Wellington takes her jumper off.
So, yeah.
I'm not sure where the umpire goes now, and he's already got gloves on. I'm not sure if it gets colder.
Yes. How many more? Well, heated gilet potentially on that.
Yeah, maybe he's got that underneath. He just has to press a button or something.
And he lights up.
Okay, so Wellington moves in. Again, that nice full length. Just pushed to point by Perrin, and there's sensibly no run there.
Abby Norgrove flying in from point. Under 19 captain, of course, Abby Norgrove.
Sorry.
Was it?
No, I'm just saying she bowls at a decent pace, actually, Wellington. There's a nice flight there and a bit of dip. And just pushed wide of point this time, so an easy single.
You get the idea that she's got all sorts of tricks in her
You
bag.
kinda-
like,
yeah.
She could bowl just about everything and one or two more that you couldn't invent.
Well, and isn't that a great thing to have as you get up to be a more experienced cricketer, that you don't even need to do anything? You just have, there's an expectation that you might. And
Yes, that's right, yes,
That
the threat of the
mentally is
might.
often enough to get people out, isn't it? Oh! That's a swipe. A sweep. Ooh!
Oh, let's go back for a second.
Oh! Now it's all happening. So there's a sweep from Suren Kumar. She gets a top edge that goes over the keeper, and first slip can't quite get a catch on. They then go for a second run, and Suren Kumar's running to the danger end and is nearly run out, but not quite.
She does a spectacular sort of belly flop dive, but it was much more elegant than that. Belly flop dive.
No, she did. It was the dive that saved her, actually.
Yeah, it was.
So, eventful.
Take a breath.
And the wind is blowing her ponytail around now, the bowler, but she comes in again. And there's a Surin Kumar again, just plays it slightly to the offside of point, so they get another good single there. She just checked that shot because there was a danger that was going to just lift up, so she pulled that back sensibly. So Wellington coming into Perrin, and another bit of flight and drop, and played sensibly back the forward defensive by Perrin. I mean, I think undoubtedly you've got to be careful against Wellington. Take what you can. Interestingly now, look, she's changing her field. We have got a backward square in, which is where both of them had sort of flipped into runs in that first over.
And a fine leg coming in.
Yeah, sorry, a short fine leg, yeah. So Wellington in again.
Oh, does a split. Oh dear.
Perrin dabbed it down into the leg side where the gap was, potentially thinking about a single, but has effectively done the splits and is now being helped up by the wicket keeper. I think everybody's all right.
Yeah, they're all laughing.
And the end result is there is no run.
It's Mike's point that sometimes one ball can have a lot going on and no actual.
Yes, and the actual recorded event is dot. But there was quite a lot happening. She seems to be okay. So we are at 69 for none after 13 overs for Warwickshire. Consultation going on between Georgia Adams and Datani at the City end before this next over starts.
Yeah, Saturday's captain versus today's captain. We're beyond the 10 over power play, which is where the 25-yard circle comes into play, where they were only allowed 2 players outside. The men's game is a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and out are different, but we're beyond that now for Hampshire's bowling innings. They elected to bowl, having won the toss this morning, so
she has got a bit more protection on the leg side now. We've got a deep fine and a deep mid wicket, really. Deep fine or deep backward square, one of the two. But it still is a challenge for the bowler, isn't it, with this short boundary? And we keep going on about it, and it hasn't had a massive impact yet on the game, but it will be in both the fielding team's head and the batter's heads. Because as a batter, you can think, I really ought to be taking advantage of this, and I'm not enough, and it can drag you into shots that you really shouldn't be playing. But so far they've navigated that pretty well. So Datani comes in again to Surin Kumar, who helps that round the corner. Actually, that's a very good stop at that backward square. Just saved a 4 there. Bounced up awkwardly. Sturge.
Yeah. She sort of self-defensed it.
It was self-defence because she got hold of that, really, Surin Kumar. And the result is a single, but that's well defended. So yes, as a fielder out on those boundaries, you just know you're going to have to do whatever it takes. So Datani in again, left arm over from the City end to Perrin this time, who glides that down to deep third for another easy single.
Yeah, that short boundary, it sort of came in, on Saturday.
Yeah.
My feeling is that it came into play as the batters got in.
Right.
So to start off with, they just weren't able to kind of get the time, maybe get the timing right, etc., and really make the use of it. When we got into when teams got into the middle of their innings, they were really then like, let's do it, let's smack the ball into the building.
So Datani in again to Surin Kumar. He plays that nicely off the front foot into the covers. Another sensible single. Take what's on offer. And it's the same for the bowlers, really, isn't it? You've got to, you have to concentrate all the time, but when knowing that you're bowling to the short boundary, it does focus your mind, and either helpfully, say, right, I have got to get this on the, on the off stump or moving this way across the batter, but it can lead you inexorably to failing onto, to erring onto the leg side, doing exactly what you're trying to not to do. So Datani in again, and that's a decent ball again. This is a good line, off stump, just outside, a single, so she's not conceding boundaries. We've had the one good stop down at fine leg here. So she now needs to finish this off. She's got one more ball to come in this over.
She's really banging it in. That's what
she is, isn't she?
Left arm over is a point of difference for the women's game because we don't have that many. Although we'll see Alexa Stonehouse in Warwickshire colours for the first time this season. do something similar, but this is really banged in.
And she comes again, and she is this effort ball. Oh, and that's an edged cut, really, that's gone for 4 and a very fine third man. So a little bit of luck about that, but there's no fielder there. So 4 off that final ball of the over to Perrin. So that's 14 overs gone. Warwickshire are 77 without loss.
Yeah, just using the pace of the ball there, wasn't she? Just taking that a no risk edge down the
No
floor
risk
there.
edge. Yeah, it wasn't quite what she was looking to do, but yes, it
was worth a go because she wasn't at risk of getting
correct.
Caught, so.
I just couldn't get those particular words out in that order. Thank you
All
for
the right
helping me
words,
out.
but not necessarily in the right order, Barbara. Keep going. You're doing good.
Thanks. Okay. Amanda Jade Wellington, again, just flipping the ball from hand to hand as she comes in to Perrin. Interesting. Not quite sure what shot that was, but it results in a dot again.
Norgrove thought she was in business there.
Yes.
The ball went in the air. There was a sort of catch of breath from the Warwickshire fans.
So when she comes again, Perrin facing, flicks that round the corner, just past short fine leg. It's heading to the boundary, and it makes it now. So that's 4 runs. Well played. It was in the air for a little while, but it was into the gap.
Going across the outfield fairly quickly
It is,
here
actually.
for how damp it's been.
Yeah.
Generally, last few days.
So the field returns. Still got the short fine. Oh, there's a little bit of a shift coming on now.
Shifty shift.
So Adams is coming out from slip. Wellington's just making sure everyone's in the right place. We've got sort of a backward point and a point, and then a short cover. So that she comes in again now, and Perrin plays that nicely to that short cover. So there's a big gap between sort of behind point, isn't there? Square backward of point.
Yeah, sort of gully and
yeah.
point region.
So Wellington in again, giving that a bit of air, and that does go to that backward of the 2 points. So no run there.
She's wily though, isn't she, AJ Wellington?
Well, because you're thinking, what's she doing?
Yeah, what's she doing? And even when she's not doing anything, you're worried. Why isn't she doing anything?
So is she trying to put it wider outside off stump to try and reduce this leg side flipping going on, but also potentially engineer the catch? 'Cause it did go in the air that first ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
So she's perhaps just trying to get into Perrin's mind and think about how can we engineer a chance here, because Hampshire would like a wicket, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they definitely would like a wicket.
So Wellington in again to Perrin. Oh, beating her outside the off stump. Southby can't quite hold on to that, but there is no run as it's fielded by that backward point. So that's another over gone. 15 overs done. Warwickshire 81 for without loss.
Yeah, it's incredible that Amanda Jade Wellington was not picked up in the 100. Whether she's going to get a wild card contract, I'm not sure.
I'm going.
Yeah, we're just doing a bit of a swap over.
Right. Okay. Am I? So 81 for none of 15 overs. We're now. There's a change coming on from the City end. Just trying to work out who's replacing Datani, who's done a pretty good job with a difficult task from that end.
It's flying along, isn't it? Today?
It is flying along.
I think it's the spinners from the start that's giving it that feel, but. And Warwickshire really will be quite happy with where they're at. I guess the only thing that'll play on their mind is just how many Surrey got the other day.
Well,
but it's a different game today. I think they have to just treat it as a fresh match.
They do. So we've got Sweet, I think, coming in from the City end, rolling right arm over, wide outside the off stump, and Surin Kumar plays that into the covers, and they take a single. She looks very tall, does Sweet from that far end. Just loosening her shoulders off for her second ball.
Stretching those arms out, isn't she? Just trying to get loose. It is a cold morning.
So in she comes again. Easy strides, and finds Perrin just playing that defensively back to the bowler. I think Warwickshire will be very happy with this. I think regardless of what happened on Saturday, yeah, you're right, this is a different game. They've got a really good start here, and two very good batters getting themselves set with more batting to come. I mean, they'll be aware they haven't got Arlott and Wong, but there are other players who can step up to the mark here. So Sweet comes in again, and Perrin decides to launch one. Actually, has that gone for 6? She's hit that straight over mid-off's head. Another stand and deliver. That looked very easy, actually.
That sort of shot is why there's so much talk about Davina Perrin, isn't there? The way she just sort of... A lot of people would have tried to go through extra cover on the floor there, and she's just gone straight over mid-off's head for 6 runs, and that's where the excitement comes
It is
from.
exciting. So Sweet comes in again, and Perrin plays that again off the front foot, just past point, and they get 1 and will settle for 1. It's good fielding from Datani. It is undoubtedly excited, and obviously mid-off and mid-on are up in, not just outside the ring. So it was again the opportunity to go over the top was there, and she can take it. And obviously we saw that in the 100 and all of that kind of towards the end of last season.
I thought almost to prove the point as if she was going to go through extra cover from the next one, but she went a little squarer in the end.
She did. So Surin Karma to face. Oh, and she's just tickled that one, whether by accident or design, I'm not entirely sure, and that is racing for 4.
It was one of those where it was as if she could feel it was going to hit the edge of the bat, but she kind of knew there was nobody there and was quite happy to fiddle it down there and let it go that way.
She definitely fiddled it down there again, but it's safe because there are no short catchers in there. So however thin or other of an edge she got, she was going to get something from it anyway. So just a bit of a pause for the bowler, and as she comes in for her final ball of this over, and that's a decent one. It just sort of pops up. Surin Kumar's a bit frustrated. I don't know why, because actually she's played that sensibly, and that's a strong over for Warwickshire.
I think she was frustrated because it was a better shot than the last one. She's got nothing for it. She almost, I think, thought there, if I could have just opened the face on my defensive stroke, I'd have, or even just nicked it, I'd have got 4 again.
In fairness to the bowler, I think that rose off a length a bit more and was perhaps took her by surprise a little. But anyway, 93 for none of 16 overs. Good over for Warwickshire. So Perrin is on 49, off 50 balls, and she had a really slow start. I mean, she was 3 off about 12 balls, I think.
But again, that's a sign of maturity, isn't it? That it didn't affect her too much.
Totally, and I think, again, what Charlotte Edwards has been saying, 50 overs is a long time. We need people to be able to play 50 overs, albeit we know we've got a 20-over World Cup round the corner. But I think in all formats, it's good to see that you can catch up. It's not all about doing it from ball 1. So Wellington comes in again to Perrin. We've still got the 2 sort of 4-point backward point field with a short cover, deep cover on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, short and fine leg. Perrin, that's wider outside the off stump, and Perrin's gone for one of her favourite cut shots, but didn't make contact, fortunately, because Southby was waiting for a little wafer thin edge. And in comes the bowler again. That's just drifted down the leg side. Not sure whether she's hit that. I think we're going to get a leg bye. So that's not Perrin's 50. But a good leg bye taken, a good call from Surin Kumar. They do seem to work well together, these two.
They do. As I say, that they're both quick between the wickets. And I just think first day of the season it was their undoing, but through the season it will be their strength.
So Wellington into Kumar. Oh, that's another quick single. That's gone almost straight to that short fine fielder, but Perrin was remarkably quick and a very good call.
There's not a lot of pairs that had got through for that and had both batters safe in the ground again, but yeah, they will
Perrin
put the
was
pressure
out of the
on.
trap like, a sprinter, really, which is kind of what she is. So she has her chance. She's still on 49, so Wellington comes in, tosses that up, almost Yorks Perrin. She just needs to maintain her concentration here because she'll know she's on 49.
Well, she was sought after by all sorts of sports, wasn't she?
I can imagine.
On her way through.
Yeah.
So I think that was part of the reason she got her Central Sparks debut as early as she did.
So Wellington bowls that shorter outside the off stump, and Perrin just rocks back and plays that very nicely through the covers for a single, and that is her 50 of 55 balls at the end of the 17th over. Warwickshire 96 for none.
Brilliant innings that. They, as I say, they just wanted to make her a professional cricketer as soon as she was ready, you know, just to leave no one in any doubt that she was going to be a professional cricketer. And it does feel she is the one from county cricket who could force her way into that England team later in the summer. She's the one who has the game to do it, if you like.
She absolutely could, and she was involved in those that pre-season stuff they've done, hasn't she? The England camps overseas. So she's definitely, and she'll be definitely in Charlotte's thinking. I say my nervousness is just that we don't all put a massive amount of expectation on her to be, you know, some great saviour and everything's down to her. And that's why it's really good to see, albeit not from a Warwickshire point of view, Danny Wyatt-Hodge scoring all her runs on Saturday. It's really important that we see the England players, you know, and those who are on the edges of it playing really well, because the World Cup's coming very rapidly.
It is.
So Sweet comes in at the start of her second over to Perrin. Oh, and she lets that come almost right to the popping crease, really. A bit of a Yorker, but she's kept that out.
And the rapid approach of it is why you have to have a game almost of the stature of Perrin's to kind of force your way in a World Cup year. You know, you have to be able to do something pretty exceptional to force your way in.
So Sweet is in again to Perrin, who's gone over the top of mid-off again. I think mid-off thought for a fraction of a second she might be in with a chance, and then just resignedly turned round and has picked the ball up from a colleague beyond the boundary. Super shot from Perrin, who is standing looking quite relaxed and unconcerned. Yeah,
hand on hip, leaning on the bat, deep breath. I'll do that again. But you're right, that was sort of heading towards mid-off, and then it just was almost like an aeroplane. It just took off a little more.
Oh, Sweet comes in again. That's gone down the leg side. She's missed the sweep, but it's been called a wide, and they've run. So that's 2 runs. And also from the previous ball, Warwickshire's 100 came up. So that should now be 102 it is for none. So a very good start for Warwickshire.
Superb start. There's a bit of a free hit that last one though, straying down the leg side. If Perrin had connected it, it was 4 or 6, and if she didn't, it was a wide.
So Surin Kumar to face Sweet now as she strides in, getting close to the stumps. Had a bit of a heave at that, and that's taking an inside edge down to fine leg for the single. So Perrin will be back on strike. Surin Kumar's getting a little frustrated. Maybe she's had a bit less of the strike of late. It's a while since she perhaps has felt that she's played a well-timed shot, but she's doing a very good job here. She's 37 off 48. Partnerships, very important. So Sweet in again to Perrin, who plays that again very nicely, literally straight back past the stumps for a single.
She'll know there'll be times this season, Surin Kumar, where she almost bats in the shadow of Perrin, if you like, and just sort of supports her, and this is kind of her first opportunity of the season to do that, and it's quite a nice place to be almost as a batter if all the attention is on your partner.
So Sweet into Surin Kumar. Ooh, he looking to play that a little bit across the line. It hits the pad. There's sort of shout for LBW. Perrin calls her through for a single. Perrin's completely safe, and but Surin Kumar was a bit late setting off, but she did make it to the non-striker's end.
Direct hit might have been interesting there, but it wasn't, and I think that's maybe what Perrin had factored into her call. It'd be quite a story though if Perrin and Wyatt-Hodge got into the same World Cup squad, a 19-year-old and a 35-year-old. They'd be 20 and 35 by then.
So that's Sweet into Perrin, who just again calmly plays that off the front foot into the covers for a single. And that's the end of the over. Warwickshire 106 for none. They'll be very happy with this as a partnership, and that's what's important, I think. So Perrin is playing very well. Surin Kumar is playing very well, and it is. You have to. You go through different phases in an innings when you think, oh, well, maybe I should be contributing more, and to actually get into the mindset of saying it's okay, I just need to get the other person on strike is works at some points, and at other but it can help. It can mean that you lose your timing. So it's not about competing with your partner. It's just thinking, I've got enough. I've got enough memory of, I played a nice shot there, I've turned the strike round.
There's some players who like it and there's some that don't, I think.
And you have to work at it, I think. And equally say, we've scored 106, and it is, you know, whilst Perrin has scored more, it's not, you know, she's not outscoring her massively.
And I think in the early stages, it was actually Surun Kumar who started it off, if you like.
And perhaps was the first one to say, we're okay, we need to push on. But there is a skill, and there's a mental skill in just recognising the phase you're going through. So, you know, we're not even halfway yet, and at some point they will want to increase the scoring rate, but this is a very good foundation, you'd like to think. Georgia Adams now. The captain has come on to bowl, replaced Wellington from the pavilion end, and she just goes for a single off the first ball through the covers. Oh, this is a bit sloppy from Hampshire. The throw comes in, hits the stumps, ricochets off away from Georgia Adams, and they take a second run. I don't think she'll be overly impressed with that.
No. You don't want to do it when the captain's bowling, do you?
And maybe she is protecting her was it her quad that you said that she had an injury?
Quadricep.
She doesn't seem to be moving quite as freely as she might. Anyway, she's in now to Perrin, and that's another misfield, really. The ball goes through mid-wicket's hands, straight to picked up at mid-on for a single.
Always has a sort of slightly strange action, does Georgia Adams, but she's been a useful bowler.
I was going to say, she's bowled to great effect, really. She's bringing Tatani coming in to much closer at mid-on. So she comes in now to Surun Kumar, who hits it to mid-on, and there is no run this time. She timed that quite nicely, but you can see she's frustrated. She's sort of given herself a bit of a talking to, I think. And Adams in again. And it's swept this time, straight to the fielder, but again, Perrin is out of those traps really quickly. No doubt that she's got in, and Surun Kumar makes it. So a quick single taken, another quick single taken.
Surun Kumar's just getting to the stage of her innings where she's thinking, I'm just struggling to keep up a little bit, because there's been a couple of tight ones there.
So Adams again, that's off the back foot, that's hit through. Again, if you got past that fielder, hit with power. Really, she's dismissed that with some disdain, I would say, Perrin. That ball, too short from Adams on that offside. Again, the short boundary. How many fielders has she got over there? 2, 3, 4.
This is going to be a tough task for the Hampshire captain, I think,
it
to bowl to a set Perrin at this stage.
So she comes in again for the final ball of her first over. Gives that a bit more air, and it's played on the front foot to mid off for a single.
Perrin almost ran that one because she was halfway.
Well,
it was the other end was nearer.
But I think, in all seriousness, there is a fluidity about her movement, and now she's in and set. You know, that sort of, I've played a shot, I'm running, I'm ready, I'm alert. If I'm at the non-striker's end, I've called, I'm already halfway down the wicket. I can get there. You know, you can see she's in that sort of really lovely flow mentality just at the minute. 115 for none off 19.
Let's update you on the scores elsewhere. Durham have just brought up their 100, also without the loss of a wicket, so 100 without loss against Essex in the Metrobank One Day Cup. And then we've got Yorkshire 87 for 2 against Surrey, also in this competition, and Lancashire are 75 for 2 in the 19th over against the Blaze. So the sides that have lost wickets have been pegged back a bit, whereas the sides that haven't are accelerating, and we're starting to see a little bit of a lead in the Warwickshire score as well.
So we've got a change of ends from Amanda Jade Wellington, who's coming on from the City end and bowling to Perrin, who lets that come to her and knocks that down all the way along the ground to mid-on for a single. So now Amanda Jade Wellington has got the short leg side boundary to deal with, so she's manoeuvring offside field at the minute. We've got again 2 standard out on the boundary at square leg and mid-wicket. Comes into Surun Kumar now, who's swept that out, and it's gone for 4 It's beaten short fine. It went to sort of one side of her, spun a bit. I think she tried to go with one hand and just missed that.
Just overran it, didn't she?
Yeah.
But we are starting to see a bit of a difference now with these two batters getting in between the scores elsewhere and the score here, because at the 19 over mark, Warwickshire 115 without loss, and Durham were 100 without loss at the 20 over mark. So already a little bit of a gap developing. I guess the back-to-back sixes from Perrin have helped with that.
So Wellington in again. A bit more flight and just defended by Surin Kumar. So in she comes again. Short run up, swept again. That's going backward of square for 4. It's really tricky on this short boundary, but you know, she is a good enough bowler, Wellington, to try and not bowl there essentially. And whether you put, you know, whether you need to put, or you bring another fielder across. So she's now dropped mid on deep. So there's a massive, well, there's loads of space on the leg side for 1. It's coming in again to Surin Kumar, who's tried to knock it into that gap, in fairness, and nearly yorked herself. So there's no run there.
It's interesting, they've still left 5 on the off, because you can almost get into a position where you're trying to cover,
you're trying to cover
an area
aren't
which
you?
actually almost can't be covered because of the distance.
In for the final ball of this over, and that's a better ball, and it's played forward defensive into the offside. No run. So at the 20 over mark, Warwickshire are 124 without loss, and I'm going to leave you in Mike's capable hands as we swap and bring Claire back in.
Yes, we'll bring Claire Jenkins back in to pick up your ball-by-ball commentary here. But yes, I probably wasn't very well explained what I was saying there, but it's almost as if you could get to a point where you could have 10 fielders on that leg side boundary, and it would still be difficult to stop it. So you kind of almost don't want to commit too many of your pieces on the board to this, as Georgia Adams is ready to start the bowling again from the pavilion end.
Captain, number 1 on her back. Coming in from the pavilion end to Perrin. Comes forward, plays that fortunately in the air for 4 runs. Past the expectant fielder there, who thought that was coming for a catch then, but over her head goes the ball. And Mother Jed Wellington can only watch that. Lovely 4 more to Perrin, who's on 69 already off 65 balls. Surin Kumar chasing her, 46 off 56 balls. Partnership of 128. Score is 128, as Warwickshire are without loss to this point. That could be my commentator's curse. Right arm, bit of spin from the captain. Oh, that's thumped into the leg side over cow corner. They're not going to catch that. 4 runs. Not a 4 runs there.
More evidence the commentator's curse does not exist and cannot hurt you. It is not real.
I know. Mike says to me, nothing we say up here can make any difference. He gets quite frustrated about that.
Davina Perrin's just proved it there. Two boundaries again. I think.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
I think she's looking to get after Adams here.
Yeah.
And that could be her undoing, but that could also be Hampshire's undoing.
Yeah.
That first one, she didn't catch it perfectly, but such is the fluid swing of the bat that it just disappeared over mid-off's head.
Adams in again. Little hop and a skip. Oh, defended, and then a possible stumping there from Southby, but I'm pretty sure that Perrin had a foot firmly planted in the crease, but certainly warning the batter, don't go dancing, because Southby will take your...
Although I think Perrin would almost prefer to get out going dancing down the track rather than feather one of those where she's playing a defence. I think if she's going to go down today, she wants to go down with a having a go.
With a flourish. It's defended down. There is no run. Yeah, so far the 2 batters have been watchful. They've attacked when they needed to. They've defended beautifully in textbook style when they've needed to as well.
113, Perrin's top score last season.
Oh, yeah, we shall watch for that. She's struggling with that one. That just went thumped the pads, but no danger there. A dot ball as Perrin shapes to the shot that she should have played, perhaps on exchanges. Pleasantries with Southby. I think they've both been, well, certainly Perrin's been in South Africa on this training, inter-squad training camp that Charlotte Edwards took the England team out to. So no doubt one or two pleasantries being exchanged as she comes forward and plays that straight to the Tani at long on, comes off the rope. There's a single, one more to the total. That's the end of the 21 overs. Warwickshire are 133 without loss. Perrin on 74 and Surun Kumar on 46. Heading towards that first milestone, Mike.
What's the first one?
Well, for Surun Kumar.
Oh, for Surun
to get her 50.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say,
No,
we've
not the
definitely
first
gone past
milestone,
50 and 100 on team so far. They're almost at the 150. Warwickshire now, aren't they? They're making steady progress. But yeah, Surun Kumar, she's doing exactly the right thing, isn't she? She's just batting along, hitting the bad ball when it comes, and just getting Perrin on strike when she doesn't have the bad ones to whack to the boundary.
Which was the kind of anchor that she played a little bit on Saturday as well, batting beautifully then as well for her shots on Saturday. 59 she got on Saturday. Wellington to continue. Magical stuff here. Perrin rocks back, plays that straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. Abby Norgrove playing well there at point. She's a little in off the 25-yard marker, so she's cutting that shot off there. They've got cover behind her in terms of on the rope. And that's flicked down the leg side. There's a fielder after it, and it's 4 runs. So another 4 runs to Davina Perrin off the bowling of AJ Wellington. That was an interesting point you made, Mike. I think in terms of maybe Perrin's also learning that she can get into people's heads, and that's also another skill, isn't it? Particularly of an opening batter, which bowlers do you take down? And you know, do you ever go at the captain? Do you then go at the bowler that they will obviously see as the one that is going to be the wicket keeper and taker as Wellington comes in again? It's in the air. It's dropping, I think, in a gap. It is in a gap. They get a 1. So sort of pitching wedge up over the bowler. No risk, just another run to the total.
Well, I think a lot of people have attempted this, but you sort of look at Adams as the batter who bowls a bit in the Hampshire attack. So if Perrin can hit her out the attack, that's quite a useful thing, because then all of a sudden Georgia Adams is thinking, well, I can't bowl myself, who else do I go to? Then she's trying to find another bowler, if you like. Yeah. But a lot of people have attempted it and got out to Georgia Adams doing that. Yeah.
Surun Kumar has a flick, but it's gone down the leg side. Not sure what the umpire's going to signal here. If we get 4 runs, what does Julia Jarvis say? 4 runs are buys, says Julia Jarvis. 4 more to the total. Warwickshire moved to 142, so heading towards that 150 mark.
And she is also nursing that quadricep injury a little bit, you would imagine. It, as I say, it was described, misses out as a precautionary measure for a quadricep injury ahead of the first game. So it doesn't sound like it's too serious, but
that's played down and there's a dot.
It's certainly not the kind of thing you want to
aggravate.
It doesn't help, does it, when you're bowling and thinking and have your batting to worry about later in the day.
Surun Kumar to face, tapping her bat. Floated, tempted, just played to fine leg, but there's only 1 run there. A bit of a shot at the stumps, but Perrin, as we mentioned, is rapid and gets in, so that's the end of another over. 22 overs gone. Warwickshire are 143 without loss. Perrin on 79, Surun Kumar on 47.
That one dipped just in the nick of time, because if it hadn't, it was disappearing towards the crane, I think. But it just dipped, and as a result, Surun Kumar's swing of the bat didn't quite produce the runs she was hoping for, or the boundary she was hoping for. But yeah, Warwickshire in a good position here, but I think Hampshire almost set this up as we want to chase here as much as anything.
Particularly if there is any rain delays this afternoon and they need to know what DLS total they might have to chase a little bit later. We've got a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Bex Tyson is going to give us a bit of left arm spin around the wicket by what's the shape that she's making. So Surin Kumar will face this again. Tyson's already bowled 4 overs, 23 runs taken off that so far, 35 in her back as she skips away from us. Surin Kumar goes back, plays it to short fine, but there is no run. Thinks about it, but Davina Perrin quite rightly says no, I'm not taking that risk.
Understandably so. The wind's blowing a bit more sunshine our way, or blowing the clouds out the way anyway.
Left arm around. Right-handed Surin Kumar takes a big swipe at that backward of square. There's a fielder after it, but she won't get it. 4 runs to Surin Kumar, who bangs a fist down and takes the applause. 50 to Surin Kumar, so great batting for her. Another nice innings. 50 on Saturday, 50 today. And hopefully there's more to come for the Warwickshire fans' point of view. So Surin Kumar's 50 comes off 61 balls, 6 fours. In again. Surin Kumar defends that one. I've liked the mix of defence and attack from these two.
Yeah, it's been nice, hasn't it?
Judgment. It's what you want to see in a longer format.
And sometimes you can find players can either be one or the other, but actually it's been quite good that they have either been one or the other in this innings.
Yeah. Tyson, and again, it's up in the air. There are fielders. There's one underneath it. It's Amanda Jade Wellington, and she takes the catch. So, after having built all of that up, and Surin Kumar getting her second 50 in a matter of 4 or 5 days, she skies that one to Amanda Jade Wellington, who takes what is an easy catch, but it was steepling, so there was some element of technique in there. But yeah, first wicket for Warwickshire, 147.
Well, look, she's gone to 50 there, and we were praising them for being either defence or attack. She went for attack there, and it's been her undoing. So, look, if she didn't have a partner on 79 going well at the other end, you'd probably be a bit critical of that. But actually, I think that's the way she's played the innings, and she decided it was one to go for. She gave it everything, but unfortunately barely cleared the 25-yard circle in the end. It was just outside that Amanda Jade Wellington was able to
another good innings from Surin Kumar, who of course was dropped on 4 in the 4th over. So that was I mean, there was 1 or 2 run out potentials, but in general, apart from that drop, then a risk-free innings from Surin Kumar. So, and it's great because I get the feeling watching last year's Warwickshire that she spent a lot of time as 12th, got a chance certainly as the season progressed, and in the Vitality Blast finals day for the sort of eliminator and whatever they call the semi-final, the finals day anyway. At the
I call it the eliminator, because I like saying the eliminator.
Yeah, so she got a chance in there and showed her skills with the bat and ball. I'm a big fan. As Meg Austin comes to the crease. So Meg Austin didn't play on Sunday, so this is great to see Warwickshire bringing players in. She's going to face the left arm around spin of Bex Tyson. Warwickshire 147 for 1, Perrin on 79 as Tyson comes in again. That's defended down and there is no run.
So into the side here, Meg Austin. Generally quite an aggressive player.
Yep. And that's thumped to mid-off, but there is no run. Good middle of the bat though, satisfying I think for your first thump. To get some nerve settler perhaps for Meg Austin at the end of the over. 23 overs gone and Warwickshire 147 for 1. Perrin on 79. We just lost Surin Kumar after a very pleasing innings, and Austin yet to get off the mark. We've got some other games going on today. We'll have a quick flip through those.
But I would say last time we looked, Warwickshire had just sort of started to extend their lead in terms of being the side with the highest score in the country,
Yeah,
and the boundary will have influence on that.
So Durham have 132 without loss. Yorkshire have 106 for 2, and Lancashire at 99 for 3 at Trent Bridge. So Lancashire 99 for 3 against the Blaze at Trent Bridge. Durham 132 for no loss against Essex at Chesterley Street, where Polly Stark is looking after you. And Yorkshire 106 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval, where Toby Reynolds is looking after you on the live stream. Of course, you want to stay here. And if you while you're watching, please remember to press the little thumbs up button, because that will help other people find us. And if you want more information, go to the Edgbaston Match Centre, because you've got like stats and replays and all that kind of thing, all those good things. So Daisy Gibb to continue, but this time from the Birmingham end. She's a little kick in the middle of her action. That's put up in the air, but risk-free. Back past the non-striking batter, and they get a single. Great noise off the bat.
Might be an interesting time in Perrin's innings here, with a new partner at the crease, but also with the field spread. Does she just knock it around for a little while whilst Austin gets herself in before having another charge at it? I mean, it's not always within the Perrin nature to take that approach. She generally tries to take the game on, but it might be a sensible option here. We'll see.
She's certainly maturing from her approach today. So that's in again, and another dot as Austin comes forward and just defends that straight to Tony at mid-off, and there is no run. 148 for 1. Approaching that 150, perhaps, hopefully, for Warwickshire. As we mentioned, there's actually quite a lot of fans in the Hollies, for comparison to Saturday, which was freezing cold. I think it's probably fairly brisk out there, but it's considerably warmer. Not quite so many thick coats on today, perhaps, as Austin waits. Place that backward of square. Norgrove gets a hand to it, takes most of the sting out of it. They get through for a single. Think about a second, but then think better of it.
Maybe the other adjustment Perrin will have to make is just checking that Meg Austin is quite as keen on the single as
yes.
Kuma was.
Let's hope she gets the memo that expect to run, and when you do run quickly, as Daisy Gibb retires back to the 20. She's running in from the 20, well, beyond the 25-yard circle actually. There's a little kick in the middle of the action. Oh, there it is. In she comes. Perrin plays that forward of point. Abby Norgrove has to dive the other way this time, and they get through for a single.
It's almost like she sort of hits the turbo boost halfway to kick herself on, isn't it? On the temperature. It was about 14-15 when I got out the car, and it's about 15-16 now, according to the weather app. So
lovely. 16 shorts, technically.
It's
when
getting
you get to 16, when you get to 16, it's the law. You have to put shorts on. Then that's in our house anyway. As Gibb is just readjusting her deep third, who's not quite on that, not quite sure where she's sending her. Bex Tyson, she's about 10 yards off the rope, which is probably allowable down there, given it's got a bigger boundary. Oh, and it's to her. Good adjustment to the field.
About there,
but I want you about there. Thanks very much. I get a single though. Another one to the total, and Austin is her second run, so she's getting off the mark here. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm hoping that Austin will have practiced enough to know that Davina Perrin's going to take some quick runs. I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Fielders off the rope always make me a little bit nervous.
Yes, they don't make me nervous. Don't get me started.
I always think you run quicker if you're running towards it than if you have to go backwards.
I'm in your camp. I'm holding the placard. As that's in the air. There is a fielder underneath it. Cow corner, and it's caught. Oh dear. Oh, after that fantastic innings, and that's the back of Perrin. She is caught on the rope at cow corner. It was probably worth a go, but she didn't quite loft it enough there. Perrin will go for 81 off 76 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Look, if Perrin was going to go down today, it was going to be having a swing, wasn't it? And she was trying to clear that rope again, which she'd done on a few occasions already. But it just, with having lost Surun Kuma so recently, it it just feels like she could have waited a bit longer before going to
Yeah.
that, knocked her way along to 100 and then gone for it. But as we say, it's not necessarily in her nature, but it was a bit of a disappointing end, and ultimately...
Well, as Warwickshire fans, we know that they all love to bat every single game.
They do, and they've got the platform today. They can't argue about that, because there was certainly nothing wrong with what happened down the list in the previous game. It was just they didn't have the platform, whereas today they've had a century opening stand, so the platform is well and truly there. But if you're watching at the match centre, edgbaston.com, you'll see Ame Soronkuma out for 51, and now Davina Perrin out for 81.
There are some teams, particularly, one thing of the sort of international teams, but the great teams, who the phrase goes that they don't expose, that the tail end haven't been exposed. Well, you couldn't say that of Warwickshire. They do all, and they can all bat, and they do often do that. That's why they can all bat. So yeah, they're going to have to start again here, but a good innings from Perrin, a good opening partnership, I think, starting to emerge here. I'm liking this Perrin Soronkuma opening pair. I couldn't have guessed who was going to open with Perrin on Saturday, certainly, but Simon Widdop just does the bat check on the incoming batters. Julia Jarvis is his compatriot, as Warwickshire lose 2 wickets for 151.
They've all passed the bat check. Just to put the details on those 2 wickets then. Perrin out, caught sweep, bowled Gibb for 81 just a moment ago, and before that Soronkuma out, caught Wellington, bowled Tyson for 51. You can watch the highlights of those wickets as well if you're just joining us. If you go to edgbaston.com, you can see all the highlights, that kind of thing, in the interactive scorecard, and you can see these pictures that more than 3,000 of you are watching on YouTube at the moment. So brilliant to have you with us today, and as I say, fantastic that 445 of you have hit the thumbs up, because that will be helping people all over the world find us on YouTube. So good to have you with us, and we will see now what Warwickshire will produce here. A little bit of rebuilding to do for Austin and George. George making 41 in the first game. She's already warming those wrists up, which implies she might have a bit of an eye on the sweepy things today.
Sweepy things, yeah. She got 5 fours and a 6 on Saturday. She's got 99 on her back, and the wind is billowing the back of her shirt as Tyson continue from the pavilion end. That's knocked down defensively by Austin, and there is no run. So 151 for 2 are Warwickshire here at their home. Surely the spiritual home of women's cricket, having hosted the first ever World Cup. It's handed over to Rachel Hayhoe Flint. Oh, it's up in the air, and it's going to be 6. Meg Austin is not hanging round. She liked the length of that one and said thanks very much. Smacks that up and over into the stand, sort of over cover region really, and the score moves to 157 for 2. That was a no messing shot there, wasn't it?
She does like it there. We've generally seen her opening the batting against pace bowling, haven't we, Meg Austin? But she likes a bit of width when she's facing the quick bowlers, and clearly same that goes for the spinners.
What's Tyson's response? That's flicked square to the fielder coming off the rope. They just get a single, so underlines that 6 with a single does Meg Austin. Score moves to 158 for 2.
Much straighter was the response, I think. Get it into the body.
George to face her first ball, so she's taking guard from Simon Widdop in his Cadbury's Birmingham purple top. Julia Jarvis at square leg.
With the gloves on, he definitely looks like the master chocolatier.
From a different make of chocolate. Left arm around. That's defended again. Another dot. Some people feel the cold in their hands and things, don't they? I don't like gloves. I don't like things on my hands.
You could imagine.
Some people really like them.
Bringing out the box of chocolates in those gloves.
Not convincingly, and 2 point. Freddie Cardi, who I commentated with on Sunday at Derby, he said, "Oh, you invented a word yesterday." Did I? And he said, "Yeah. You said Danny Wyatt Hodge accidental that into the offside." I think Freddie, there's one for you. That was accidental to the point there by.
I think George was almost trying to copy the Meg Austin shot
was,
from earlier in the over.
It was. I
think she'd seen that and thought, "Oh, I'll have a bit of that."
I think intended to play forwards as Katie George plays that through cover and then milk a single there. They might as well do that. Do the old change.
Well,
She's also pinched the strike at the end of the over. 25 overs gone, 159 for 2. George on 1, Austin on 9, and Mike's, I think, going to have a
yes, we have a drinks break, so let's get
drinks
Barbara
break.
Daniels back in to have a chat with you, Claire, because I know you've got plenty to discuss today, so we'll get her back in.
Yes, Barbara's going to come back. So 25 overs in, 159 for 2, and I know that Barbara will have been beside herself with the Jenkins formula for what could Warwickshire get to, because I've got this theory about double plus 20 at the halfway stage in the women's game, because the trajectory of the men's games is slightly different. So in the women's game, double plus 20 at the halfway, which would take Warwickshire to 338, which would be similar to what they got on Saturday. But we shall see. We can watch and see how that continues as Gibb comes in from the Birmingham end to George. Just a swipe at that, goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. What have you made of the last bit then, Barbara?
Well, obviously, I mean, it's a good score to pick it on, isn't it? You'd think they'd want 300 as a minimum.
Yeah.
But you'd think necessarily it was going to slow down a little bit, having lost those 2 wickets close together. It's a shame, really. I mean, it would have been... Have I just been talking to myself? Have I just?
I enjoyed it, Barbara, and Esther picked it off my microphone. Keep going. You've enjoyed that, yes?
Sorry, hang on. We'll just watch this ball.
That's into the leg side by Katie George. The fielder manages to scrabble over that and stop that getting any further, so they get a 1.
Scrabble is another good word.
Yes,
actually, we like
that,
scrabbling. Yeah, no, it's a shame that we've lost both Surin Kumar and Perrin. I think, you know, Perrin was looking set for 100, but more importantly, a bigger score for Warwickshire. The shot was on for her to clear that rope. I just wonder whether the wind. You look at the flag. I think that might have been a factor. She didn't quite get it, but I think, you know, on a still a day, I think that would have gone for 6 quite easily. So that's disappointing, but she's played really well. And it's now, you know, the onus is on the next batters, isn't it, to get themselves set pretty quickly.
Yes, Austin defends that, but he's going to go for a run. Oh, this is like test the field. Test the field. Ooh, Katie George is glad she's running to the non.
It was a good single.
End. Yeah, it was a good single.
So they've just got to give themselves a little bit of time to get in without, you know, being too slow about it. I mean, you know, we've had some good shots already, and just you don't want to get such a dip in momentum. So you at least keep ticking over, and then, you know, let's see which one of these two gets going more quickly. But you wouldn't want to be less than 300 from here.
No, quite right. As Gibb comes in again, right arm over, a bit of pace, and that's worked backwards.
Oh, that's a super stop.
Norgrove does a lovely stop, and you'll know that I love a bit of good point field. That was my thing.
Well, that was a proper dive and almost reverse cup stop. But that was, I mean, it probably would have been 4 if she hadn't got a hand on that. I think even with the third fielder coming round, but because it's going at a decent pace across the ground, isn't it?
It is.
Actually, Gibbs bowled well, hasn't he? If you look at her figures, you know, 21 off, you know, in her 7th over, she's been the tidiest of them all so far.
Yeah. Oh. Into the leg side, just snudged into the leg side. It was off the bat.
Snudged,
smudged,
nudged,
nurdled, whatever. They barely got a bat on it, but they got a single off it. That's the main thing.
Correct.
Warwickshire moved to 163 for 2. George on 3, Austin on 11.
How's Katie George these days? Because she's had trouble with backs and injuries and stuff, hasn't she?
She has previously. She certainly didn't bowl on Saturday.
She didn't.
Sure if that, no, I don't know. But she certainly, I suspect, concentrating on her batting would be the best way to describe it. I suspect.
Oh, slower ball. That's gone.
And that's 4. Yeah, 4 runs dismissed with a little leg glance there by Katie George. Lovely shot there. 167 for 2.
I can only apologise to Gibb because I just said how well she's bowled, and then she's bowled a floaty full toss on the leg side.
But Katie George just like that sort of length just outside of her leg stump. She likes to have a little go at that.
Well, I think that was the freebie, really, wasn't it? She'd have been very disappointed if she hadn't put that one away.
End of the over. 26 overs gone. Warwickshire 167 for 2. George on 7. Austin on 11. Partnership of 16.
Well, for all my pessimism, having looked at the weather forecast over the last few days...
Oh, you've said it now.
Oh, sorry. Touch wood. I'm going to say we've been okay so far. It's quite bright. It is chilly out there.
Yeah.
But this is, you know, I thought... Again, as I woke up this morning, it was very wet outside. I thought we might not start on time.
Take the dogs for the walk. Barbara
I
has two
didn't take
lovely
the
little
dogs for a walk, but
why?
they have. My neighbours have gone in, and one of them's taken them for a walk this afternoon. I have just had a photo to say they're both happy, although in separate rooms.
FaceTime you later. Tyson comes in again, straight through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. Are they going to FaceTime you later?
No, but my neighbour has said they appear to have had a row because they're now both sitting in one room, one in the other room, so I don't quite know what's gone on there, but they're all right anyway.
Excellent. Tyson in again to Austin. Oh, it hits up and over. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot from Meg Austin, who's when it drops in her arc, she loves that drive up and over.
It is a lovely shot. It's a bit like one earlier where you just for a fraction of a second you think, oh, is it going to clear? And then it just seems to speed up.
Yes, you might be right about the wind as well. That might have taken it perhaps up and over, but yeah. Lovely shot.
She's kind of hitting against the wind, really, there,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
she? When you look at the flag at the other end. But I suspect the wind is a bigger factor than we can appreciate up here at the
I
minute.
think you're right. We're a long way up. It's like a helicopter view from up here as Austin goes over the top of that, and Katie George says very firmly, no, there's no run there. That's a dot ball. Thanks
Not a
very much.
wide. Did she hit that?
I think
Did it
she
hit her
sort
pad?
of, yeah. I
Okay.
think it hit something. Oh, well, I assume it must have done. Simon Widdop says it's not a wide. That's good enough for me.
Maybe his hands are too cold. He wants
yes.
to keep them in his under his armpits.
No wides from the umpire with the gloves on. And that's played through point. Is it going to get to the boundary?
That's a lovely shot,
it's a great
actually.
shot. Not even Nancy Harmon on her moped on that rope can get to that one.
She's
4
timed that
runs.
really beautifully,
Beautiful.
actually. She barely hit that, but that raced away.
Yeah. This is good. New, younger players from Warwickshire, and they lose Emily Arlott to England, and we're ever hopeful for Izzy Wong being called up again, etc. But potentially, it's a dot ball. Potentially, they will. Oh, it's not a dot ball. They're going to. It's flung. They got an easy single in the end, but it looked a bit scarier than it was.
I think you see that point about the England players not playing today. I know I've seen some
come
stuff,
on,
people
tell us what you think.
people commenting saying it's ridiculous. They've just come back from whatever.
Yeah,
but I think, look, the World Cup is coming in about 5 minutes.
It is.
And I think anything that Charlotte and the team need to be ready and to get more time with them, I'm all for it. It also means more people get an opportunity to play the 50 over cricket and to show, here we are. We're still relatively new into this version of, the counties and stuff and the professionalism, and you can see the standard is ever rising, and the people who are coming in are doing a good job, and I think that is super positive for the women's game, for English cricket, and I think. I don't want us to get to June and have people moaning, saying, well, the problem was they didn't just have enough time together, the England players. So, and there'll be a reason why it's had to be now. It won't just be because they want to annoy everybody. It'll be to do with availability of different people and all that sort of stuff. And, whatever. I just think... get over it is kind of what I think.
Yeah.
And just, we've got enough players in the game now that losing 2 players doesn't mean the whole we can't win anything, and I think that is the proof that the standard has improved, really.
Yes. Amen.
We hadn't talked about that off air, so
No.
I don't know what you thought.
In Charlotte we trust, as Gibb comes in again to George, who sort of snurdles that underneath her bat. There's one for you.
And that doesn't
No
mean
run.
that we think she's beyond criticism, but I do think
Yeah.
just give her a break. They've had all sorts of criticism over the last year about not being prepared and not being ready, and I know people want them to play in these matches, and we know Charlotte's a firm believer in them playing in this.
Yes, that's what we've got to remember as well.
That and she right from the start, and they played a lot last year whenever they could. So we know the direction of travel is that.
Yes, quite right, Barbara. Oh, up and over.
There we
We're going
go.
to get at least 4 here.
I
Was
think
it
that's
6?
6,
I think it was a 6. It was. 6 runs to Katie George. Lovely. She got hold of that. Ooh, that was dropped just at the right length. She's like that one. 6 runs to Katie George. 183 for 2. Yeah, we have to. In Charlotte, we trust. I mean, that it was an accident that there wasn't really. I mean, presumably that there was no matches over the winter for England, and taking them away has given Charlotte just at the right moment, one feels, the chance to take the 2 squads away and make them separate squads and make them compete, because that's the thing we've not had, competing for England slots. That's what we want. That's played to the Tarney at
And she did take, you know,
one.
she took some of the younger players, you know,
Yeah,
the people,
those
the
new
names
people.
that people have been talking about, the people that she, again, and Shield will say that she's seen in the county setup, so she's been she's been one of those coaches who's seen and worked with some of these before she was the England coach. You know, she knows what she's doing, and I just think there'll be reasons that we're not yet aware of as to why it's had to be this week, and they've consequently had to miss one game.
Yeah.
But it isn't going to be, well, they're never going to play.
No, that's edged down to third, and there's an easy single on offer there. 186 for 2 Warwickshire. Yeah, there'll be a method, won't there? There's, you know, as you rightly said, Charlotte Edwards has come up, you know, great player, great coach, successful coach at domestic level, not just here but abroad. And this is the job surely that she was born to go into, the England coach. Set up, home World Cup is your first World Cup, you know, early on in your tenure, as George prepares. Plays that to point, and then we all hear that.
It's a sensible no.
Sensible no. That is a very sensible no. Yeah, it's set up, isn't it? I mean, if it's the fairy tale potentially, Charlotte Edwards.
Well, now you just need to steady on there.
Oh, okay. I've taken it too far now, haven't I?
Well, I just think. You know, look, it's a potential, and it's great that it's coming up. But I think if England don't win the T20 World Cup, it's not that Lottie or the team have failed. You know, I think we've seen. Well, hang on, let's just see this ball.
Yeah.
That's a nice shot.
Plays that past point. Even Abby Norgrove can't cut that off. They have won. They think about a mad second and then decide against it.
A very sensible no again.
That's the end of the over. 28 overs gone, and Warwickshire are 186 for 2. George on 16. Austin on 21. Partnership of 35. Good opening partnership from Warwickshire. Wise and sensible and thoughtful opening partnership of Perrin and Surun Kumar, who both perished to catches, I think, didn't they? Let me have a quick check. Yes, both catches. They were.
Perrin perished to a catch.
Yes,
yes, as did Surun Kumar.
Yes, Harman and Wellington, respectively, taking those.
Yeah, I think back to England, and I don't want to detract from here, but I think, you know, my view is, I guess, that we saw improvement in the World Cup, in the 50 over World Cup, and enough to think that, you know, progress is being made. It's never going to be instant, and I think sometimes as supporters, you know, we just have to wind our necks in a bit and say we can't. It's not our right to win everything, and I think all you can expect to see is improvement and progress, and I think we saw that in the winter. It's going to be a different challenge in a T20 World Cup. It's brilliant, it's at home, it'd be great to win it, but let's be realistic. You know, Australia are still immense, albeit a change of captaincy and all that would be interesting. But there's other teams around the world are performing. There's been some brilliant series on in the winter.
India are hitting a peak, aren't they, as well?
South Africa has been playing really well and got to the final, obviously in the 50 over. You know, but Pakistan have been scoring big runs. You know, New Zealand
doing well.
Which for the women's game, again, the prospect. I'm getting very excited about the prospect of a tight World Cup.
Yeah.
And perhaps not the usual.
Particularly with T20, because there is skill and there is a little bit of luck sometimes.
Yes, it brings the teams closer together, doesn't it? Anyway,
great for the women's game. So that's knocked down. There is a dot. No, I'm with you. I'm holding the placards behind you. You know, let's give Charlotte Edwards.
We like Charlotte.
Well, we have to have. She'll have a plan. That's the thing about Charlotte Edwards. She always has a plan, or several. Again, that's another dot ball. You know, she's a great spotter of talent.
Yeah.
She's a great giving people a role. That's what I observe from outside. She gives people a role. This is what I want from you. You know, it might be this is what I want from you on a Wednesday. This is what I want from you Thursday. There's a clear role, and players enjoy that. So that's played into the leg side by Austin. They get through for one. They're going to go for 2. There's a bit of a show of stumps, but
that's a good run, actually.
Oh, good run. That's Meg Austin's going to have some oxygen now. She's
I do think that's good. I think too often we let people get away with a throw and think, you know, rather than saying, well, look, even though again the fielding's got better, the throwing's stronger. Obviously, this is the deeper boundary. If you're properly alert, you know, there is often one for the throw. If they position that nicely. Yeah, that's a nice shot driven on the front foot.
Nancy Harman comes off the rope, and they get a single. No. Nicely driven there by Meg Austin, 16 on her back. hand on a hip at the non-strikers, surveying the field. Adams in again, skippy dancy run. That's played through Meg Austin, down to Naomi Ditani, and they just get a single. Easy ones there, might as well do that. And that's the end of the 29th over. Warwickshire 191 for 2, heading to that 200. George on 18, Austin on 24, partnership of 40.
So yeah, looking, you know, if we're going to get 300, they're on. Well, they're on for that and more really at the minute, with only having lost the 2 wickets. So you've got 21 overs still to go. And they, you know, so if they were even just scoring a run a ball, that's another 100. And even just, I say just scoring a run a ball.
It's easy to up here,
like it's a given.
Yeah.
But
Backseat driving.
if they, you know, again, unfortunately, what we have seen before in the last couple of years is them being in lots of these good positions and then having moments where we lose, you know, quick wickets and perhaps don't quite get what it looks like they could get. And again, you mentioned earlier about maybe Hampshire have decided to chase, you know, on purpose with maybe the weather coming around. So as Warwickshire, and again without Arlott and Izzy Wong, again different bowlers, different opportunities, but you'd want a decent score to be able to defend on here.
Yep. George taps a bat. Ditani, change of bowling, coming in, left arm around. Oh, that's edged. And there is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. She thinks about a second and then thinks again. Just the one to the total. 192 for 2. George on 19. Austin on 24. Sort of slightly gloomy skies, but let's hope they just pass through. We are hoping. Fabian mentioned we hope the weather is going to go around us today, not play with us. As Amanda Jade Wellington has a little quick chat with Naomi Ditani, captain on Saturday, but back into the ranks today, and that's played. Oh, Abby Norgrove! God, I thought she was going to take that. Then she's been brilliant at point. She gets away with that one. Lovely dive, got both hands to it. Manages only to parry it up over herself and leave it for Francesca Sweet to do a bit of tidying up there. So hearts in mouths for Warwickshire fans there. That's nearly. It was a nearly catch then.
That would have been a good catch, wouldn't it?
It would have been a really good catch. It was steaming at her.
Yes, it came at pace. She'll be disappointed. I think she hasn't taken it, but it would have been a very good catch.
Oof.
Is Ditani coming left arm round?
Yeah, left arm round.
Which she wasn't doing before. So
no, she's decided that's the right angle of attack to Meg Austin, who's, when she likes it, and she smacks those drives. Ditani in again. This time into the leg side, cut off by the fielder. Oh, testing Rihanna Southby's reflexes by throwing over her head, and they get through for a single. Oh, everyone's going to go for high fives. It was a good stop, mind.
That was a good stop because there's no one really behind.
No, so. That's it. Once it goes past her, I think we've got the 7-foot man back, which Mike will be pleased. Depositing the ball into the building site, and there's a man who's got his head up over a 7-foot wall. We were debating whether he's on a block or whether he's actually 7 foot tall. Ditani in again. That's played through the covers. Stopped by instalments by Captain Georgia Adams.
Yes,
but nevertheless stopped for one run as Warwickshire head towards that 200 mark. They are on 196 for 2. Austin on 27.
That'd be neat to be on 200 after 30 overs, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be very neat. Yeah, yes, it would be easy one even for me to remember, which I don't remember numbers easily. Ditani contemplates left arm round. Right-handed Austin forward, pelts that to mid-off, but there is no run. They think about it, but there was no run there, definitely. Just a dot. Yes. I wonder if, I presume that they're following Charlotte Edwards around with a camera everywhere in the hope that this documentary then goes, and England win the home World Cup
Are they making a documentary? Or is
I
that
don't know. One should be.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I
thought you knew something.
No,
you were
no,
in
I
the
don't.
know of some secret
I'm
there.
not in the know. I'll just make it up. That goes underneath Abby Norgrove at point, and they get a single. Now, if I don't know, I'll just make it up.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's the end of the over. I think Barbara's going to have a rest on what short. Yes, Barbara's going to have a little rest. And we're going to be joined by Mike Perkins. So Warwickshire are 197 for 2. George on 20. Austin on 28. Partnership 46. So they're heading towards that 50 partnership milestone for them batting, which is great because they're building a nice little platform here again. I hope that's not the curse of the commentator, which doesn't exist, of course. 30 overs in, Warwickshire 197 for 2. What do you make of that then, Mike?
Well, I think it shows why Davina Perrin didn't just knock it around for 19-20 to get to 100 and kick on, because these two have come in and just carried on at the same pace, really, haven't they? As Georgia Adams is going to deliver from the pavilion end. It's a reverse sweep. There's going to be at least a single, just a single in the end, because Meg Austin didn't quite catch that as cleanly as she would have liked, but she's caught some fantastic off drives, very cleanly lofted off drives that have gone away for 4.
Probably just as well she didn't get hold of it, because it gave her more time to run.
Yes, it did with the reverse sweep there, as Adams, right arm over the wicket, bowls again, smashed into the leg side by Katie George, but she was almost a little through her swing by the time she connected the ball, and it didn't quite meet it at the optimum point. 199 for 2. The Warwickshire score moves on to with the single out to deep mid-wicket. Adams again, on her way, up onto her tiptoes, delivers and cramps Austin for room, but she's going to take the single anyway. It's almost hit and run at the moment for Warwickshire, and that brings up their 200. 200 for 2, with a nice push stroke from Meg Austin. And it's been very serene progress so far, but they'll know they need as many as they can get, because Hampshire have put them in, and I think that's with a view to chasing this down. 4 runs, beautiful shot from Katie George, just waited for a tiny bit of width, almost created it by backing away, and was almost leaning away from the ball before she swung into that cut shot and sent it right between backward point and cover, and it's always going to be 4 runs, and that was a superb shot from Katie George. 204 for 2, the score moves on to Georgia Adams again. Still windy conditions, floats this one up, driven through extra cover, slight parry from Ditani, and that allows Nancy Harmon to get round. 205 for 2. Skipper Adams now coming to the end of her 4th over. Perrin certainly tried to get after her, and these two have been happy to accumulate relatively safely so far. As George looked for the sweep, there must have been a little bit of pad or something involved, because there certainly wasn't much bat. No wide ball. 205 for 2 as a rapid fire Georgia Adams over is completed. Claire Jenkins.
That's the thing with the short run up. We get through it and you think, oh, is that really the end of an over? It is.
Well, I don't think they're going to be endangering the cut-off at 1:45 at this rate. They're going along very nicely indeed. As Naomi Ditani progresses back towards the end of her run, she'll be the next to pick up this attack. So Warwickshire continuing their innings here. They got 47 off the first 10, and they took the score to 124 by the 20 over mark, and then 197 by the 30 over mark. So making good progress in this innings. But Ditani will try and halt that now. Bowls to George, drives, but it slipped off the face of the bat, and one bounce into the hands of Norgrove, who picked up and was then threatening to throw. Dot ball is the result.
She's been busy there at point. As Barbara said, she'd be
indeed.
disappointed with that. It was pelted at her, that chance that she had. She got both hands to it. Lovely big dive, good, well timed, but
She was right on the back of the ring, wasn't she? But
yeah.
as Barbara said, having got both hands, she might have wanted to cling on, as George pulls this one away. 4 runs. No chance out there for Sturge, and Katie George just back into her crease, leaning back slightly as she hit it. Didn't connect as sweetly as she would have liked, but it's more than enough for 4 on the short side of the ground. 209 for 2.
Yeah. Almost wiped over there. Straight across that one.
So looking at those 10 over scores, as we say, 47 off the first 10, so not the best power play, but then 77 off the next 10, and then 73 off the one after that. So
that's quite a
they're putting
steady rate, isn't it? Despite losing 2 wickets, they've kept more or less.
And given the fact that the only risks that have been taken really have been for those wickets where they were trying to play big shots, and you can get out doing that, but the rest of the time, certainly with these two, it's been fairly chanceless, bar that Norgrove one, I suppose. This is beautifully driven down the onside straight. We saw one of those in the first game of the season on Saturday, and we've been treated to another one there. 213 for 2. Beautiful stroke from Katie George, right down the ground, and made absolutely no mistake with that one.
It was beautiful, that was. We watched it go away from us along the carpet, as they say.
As we said on Saturday, it's many people's favourite stroke in cricket, the on drive, isn't it? And Katie George, if she gets an opportunity, she executes it perfectly.
Very nice.
Waits again, though. She's still got work to do here. And she goes through cover this time, extra cover, in fact, which is going to give the sweeper on the offside some work to do.
Jessica Sweet doing that, running round there.
Does well to get round as well. Picks it up cleanly, returns it to Datani. 2 runs is the cost, though. 215 for 2. The score moves on to.
If you're unfamiliar from Francesca Sweet, or I think she's known as Cheska Sweet, she's been playing for Leicestershire, so I suspect it may well be her. Or she probably played at the weekend, perhaps.
Yeah, she made her debut versus Essex at the weekend, did Francesca Sweet, as this one's driven into the offside by Katie George, and it's out to the aforementioned Francesca Sweet for 1 run. And that one was straight at her, so 216 for 2. And she's learning the
tall figure. She stood on the rope. On the rope. Oh, she's coming in from the rope. I'm with you. I want if you're on the rope, I want you on the rope, and I want you coming at the ball, not trying to decide whether it's going up over your head.
I just always think, for anything you're gaining in terms of yards, to cut the 2 off, I think you would make that. You'd still make that because you're coming forward, as this one is hit up to mid-off, and there is no run on offer. It gets there on the bounce, and when you're going backwards, you're going to be going backwards so slowly that you're at too much of a disadvantage. So I just don't think you gain that much more by the 5 yards. I think because you're going forward towards it, you're going to get to your catches, and you're going to stop your 2s just because you only have one thought in your mind, which is to go in the direction, or to go forward in the direction of the ball. You don't have to worry about your shoulder. I think the fact you're on your heels, you're almost losing that 5-10 yards that you're moving in by the fact that you're on your heels thinking about your shoulder. Yeah,
give yourself as much possible time to anticipate them. I mean, you should be, if you're that far out, you're already anticipating. You should be watching the batter shape to make a shot. So you give yourself the extra split secondage to make a decision about whether you've got a hair in or stay where you are, and it's going to come straight to you. It's for what you gain, it's not worth it.
Long conversation with Megan Sturge, who's coming on to bowl here. Now, Megan Sturge keeps wicket, so I'm quite intrigued to see what she's going to bowl.
It says leg break on my notes.
Well, there you go. So it looks like a leg break to me.
Yeah, that's what they
She clearly knows what she's doing, but I know she's kept wicket as well, so slightly unusual to see somebody with that many cricket skills, but Megan Sturge proves she's got them as she restricts Warwickshire to a single from the first ball, driven down the ground by Katie George, and there's just the 1 run to the total. 217 for 2.
Katie George was a little uncertain about the length and what to do with that. Obviously, she's probably not faced Megan Sturge very much, if at all.
Here she comes again. Delivers a ball. That one looked like it might have been a googly, actually, to me. Probably a bit far away. It was nudged into the leg side anyway to pick up the single. It could have just been that it was a straighter leg break, but I don't know. It seemed to me to come back slightly towards the batter. Something to keep an eye on anyway for the Warwickshire pair. Austin benefiting from the single this time. Now George faces up, and she'll get a single. Same route as the first one, down to long off, with a drive that was grubbed into the pitch a little bit, but still brings the run. As Sturge is on her way to the crease to deliver again, and It's driven back at her by Meg Austin. It's brave fielding in the end.
Katie George doing a little
And it prevents the run.
gymnastic move to get back in.
It's a good stop, that one, from Sturge, but she's ringing a bowl in hand and she's blowing on the fingers, which
Meg Lanning style-y.
I think is mainly psychological in terms of quelling the pain, but there we go. Now that's a neatly clipped stroke into the leg side. It's going to be just the one, and Austin has to turn round and abort the second rather quickly when she hears the call from Katie George, but it was the right call because it was hit so firmly out to Ella McCacken that there was no opportunity of the second run being taken. Here's Sturge again. Into the crease she goes. Delivers full of length. It's clipped leg side. Tani and McGacken getting to it. The tumble from McGacken might have allowed the second there, but again,
would have been risk.
wisely, Meg Austin this time turns down the
the younger head of
second.
Meg Austin turns down Katie George quite rightly.
But now I've just double-checked the squad list, and Megan Sturge definitely listed with one of those crosses to indicate the wicket-keeper next to her. So, anyway, and we were talking about Francesca Sweet in the last over. One thing she's definitely learning out there, whether she's on the rope or a few yards in from it, is the yards you have to put in as a young pro in a county team, because she's out there on the fence doing a lot of the running on the offside, and will be doing so again this over. Amanda Jade Wellington, she's got 3 on the leg side boundary, the shorter side, as she bowls from the Birmingham end, and she is, in fact, she's going to bring mid-on in, so she's got mid-on and backward square leg in the ring, and then she's got a deep square leg and a mid-wicket out on the fence. And cutting out to Sweet is George, and she just picks up a single as a result of that, but she's already on to 41, the score she made here in the first game of the season on Saturday. The team progressing nicely though, as we say. 77 between
we're on the Aussie score
10 and 20.
22 for 2.
And then between 20 and 30, 73 runs scored by Warwickshire. So they'll be looking to be around that again from this 10 here, as Meg Austin drives firmly into the offside, or firmly enough to pick up a single and find the cover sweeper Sweet, who we said would be involved in this over, and certainly is.
They've left that gap there on the... They're trying to tempt them to the big side, aren't they, in the hope that that will limit the run rate.
Delivered again by Wellington, whisked away into the leg side this time by Katie George from right off her stumps, which I think brought an ooh from Amanda Jade Wellington, who is always chatting, isn't she? Whether it's to the batter, herself, her fielders, her captain, she's one of those leg spinners who's always in and about it. As another single's picked up from Meg Austin. This is all Warwickshire have to do at the moment, but Hampshire won't mind it too much either. 2-2-5 for 2 the score moves on to. They know if they can hold on to their opponents, which is something they successfully did in a few high-scoring games last season, they will give themselves a chance of the chase. And Jade Wellington bowls, flicked away into the leg side. There's a mix-up, but the ball hasn't been gathered cleanly by Daisy Gibb, which probably means both batters would have got through for the single, and having run 3/4 of the pitch, Katie George regains her ground at the non-striker's end. No addition to the total.
Half a rounder. Meg Austin.
I think it was 3/4. I think she got to third base on that one. As it's cut away by Katie George. That's a easier route for the single, so Amanda Jade Wellington will take that 5 from the over, but Warwickshire will also probably take that too. 2-2-6 for 2 is the score. We've had 34 overs. Your thoughts, Claire Jenkins?
Yeah, partnership of 75. This is a nice partnership here because Warwickshire lost both openers very close together, and George and Austin have quite wisely moved on to the 75 together, so that's good. It's increasingly grim lighting out there. The light on the top of the crane on site is red, presumably as a warning thing.
Any low-flying aircraft,
and it is beaming down on us. Sturge
on her way again. heel to toe in a run-up and delivers a ball that is hit down the onside of straight to Naomi Datani, who comes off the long on boundary and does the fielding for the loss of just a single. So I think we may see something very similar to what we saw in the previous over here, with Warwickshire happy with the singles and Hampshire happy to concede them.
It's hard to know if there we won't know whether there's going to be a rain break and how long that will be, and then what DLS will mess about with.
Sturge bowls, it's hit down the ground firmly. Datani again required for the fielding. You can see Warwickshire just thinking about maybe we do need a boundary here. And just starting to widen those shoulders was Meg Austin, but didn't connect the way she would have liked. George waits now. Back into a crease, dabs into the offside. That'll be a dot ball. So useful spell, this one from Sturge.
Yeah.
Even if it ends up just being a couple of overs, it'll be a couple less that her captain has to bowl. That's hit straight back at her. That happened in the previous over, but this time she's just had to block it with her body, and she's going to examine the ankle and the shin where that one has struck.
You got bare flesh there. That was a great one. Well, I was fielding at point anyway, but so you kind of expect it, but I would have massive shin pads on because, as we know, it is coming keen.
Well, that was smacked back at the bowler Sturge, and she's really struggling to put weight on it at the moment, so she's just being careful,
the physio's making her way
understandably.
Out, and the umpire's just explaining to everyone that we might need a little bit of a break. Well, Sturge at least gets her breath back. She's trying to walk it off. The 12th is coming on with a drink and maybe a message, maybe the physio. And we've got the physio as well.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at this.
They're going to have to look at her.
I think it's one of those that it's just really painful.
Yeah.
She's back up, she's putting weight on it, she's ready to go. I think it's just really sore, and in fact the physio's turned round.
It's shock and sore, isn't it? Especially cold.
Has diagnosed it from the same distance we have, really, but it hurts when that happens.
That is nasty.
It really hurts.
Well, yeah, Katie George can smack a ball. So was it Katie George?
A dot was the result in the scorer's book, but maybe Katie George will benefit from that now as Sturge has to resume her run-up. Looks smooth enough, and it's a little shorter than her previous delivery, but George is only able to work it into the leg side, and that will be a single. 2-2-9 the score moves on to.
Warwickshire batters obviously realise that they can get a single at least into that pocket, which Hampshire have offered them. Short mid-wicket, there's no cover there at all.
Oh, this is top-edged, but it's going to go into a gap, and Sweet got her feet in a bit of a muddle, had to dive to the floor as a result to stop it going past her for more than the couple of runs. In fact, they might have even picked up 3 there.
Good.
3 runs, 232 for 2, so a productive over there. We'll bring Barbara Daniels back into the co-commentator's position, because she'll be talking us through the final 10 overs for Claire Jenkins, and we will get her thoughts on how or where Warwickshire find themselves with 15 to go. At those last 5 overs, it felt pretty much as if Hampshire were happy to concede singles, Warwickshire were happy to take them, but it's now a bit of a case of, do they go now? Do they, with 8 wickets in hand, do they go at the 10 over to go mark? Do they go at 12 maybe? We'll get Barbara's thoughts after this delivery from Amanda Jade Wellington. Well, we may have an answer, because that one's gone for 6. Meg Austin clearing the shoulders, tries to do it in the last over, gets hold of this one over straight mid-wicket, 6 runs.
My considered opinion is they're going now, Mike.
I would, yes. It would appear so,
well,
wouldn't it?
No, I think they're playing really sensibly. I think if the ball's there, it's got to go, hasn't it? And we've still got the short boundary. I don't think at 15 overs to go, I don't think they need to panic. I mean, I think they've got to maximise.
2-3-8 for 2 as Jade Wellington bowls. This one's driven up to long off for 1.
Oh, yes, 2.
And they might even get back, yeah. Tani's misfielded it, and that has given them 2. 240 for 2.
it's really hard to know what's defendable on here, isn't it? So they it's not enough to be satisfied with getting 300, I think. So they want to push to get as much beyond that as they can. But you're right, they have got wickets in hand. But I don't think, they're scoring at, look, they're more than a run a ball.
Here's AJ Wellington again, and this one's driven into the offside to cover for 1. 241 for 2. I guess that first ball, though, it felt like one last over that would have been driven for 1, whereas
maybe
Austin, having not had a boundary for a couple of overs, decided to go after the 6. But what will she do here? Here's Wellington, and this one's cut away by Katie George, out to cover for another single. 242 for 2. I
suppose all I'm saying is that was still a proper shot. We're not in.
Oh yes. Yeah.
We've got to go gung ho here because we've got to get up to 360 or 3. And then risk being out or.
But it just felt taken from length against the spin, even if it was a very good proper sort of. It was a drive, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
More than a sweep. As Austin nudges this into the leg side, they'll get through for 1 easily because most of the fielders are on the back of the 25-yard circle. 2-4-3 for 2.
And I guess if truth be told, the pitch hasn't done a lot. As it, we're not. It's looked, if not straightforward for batting, but there hasn't been we've not beaten the bat a lot. There's not been an awful lot of movement. So
Wellington bowls, cut into the offside. Norgrove picks up cleanly. Austin had to scramble back to her ground because George quite rightly had realised how well she'd hit it and that there wasn't a single. 2-4-3 for 2, a productive over for Warwickshire in the 36th.
But yeah, Hampshire are also capable of batting like this. So it's kind of, can we get enough scoreboard pressure that means actually, even though Hampshire are capable of chasing, you've just got it on the board, and there's a relentlessness about that. Oh, we've got to keep up, and you hope that brings wickets, as well as just needing to bowl really well. But yeah, no, these two I think have set themselves now, haven't they, to maximise whatever they can really, and take the game on.
Here comes Sturge, who seems fine on her feet now. The pain's worn off a bit. This is a tight single, and it's a well-judged single because Meg Austin makes her ground just in the nick of time. 244 for 2. Again, it was one of those. Be interesting if it was a direct hit, but they'd almost factored that into their thinking that it was going to be difficult to pick up and direct hit from the back of the fielding circle. As this one's inside half of the bat, back to the bowler Sturge.
Katie George, she's looking for, I think, because we've got the 4 in a line on the offside on the ring, really. And if you can get over them or through them, I know there's mid-off is on the boundary, but if you can get square, and beat them. It's a Danny Wyatt up and over, inside-out shot you want, isn't it? Like up and over
blocked,
extra cover.
Yes, as that one is rolled back to the bowler for no run. But yeah, sort of Wyatt went more over kind of where the long off fielder is,
right,
almost into the upper tier of that west stand, as George is forced back into her crease by that ball from Sturge, who,
she's
as I say,
well,
despite having the little wicket-keeper cross, can definitely bowl leg spin.
Well,
it's another dot.
And again, she's not necessarily getting massive amounts of turn, but she's tying up George, who's looking for that offside space, and she's not giving her any room, or she hasn't.
244 for 2. They'll add a single to that total now through Katie George.
I do like the fact that they're always looking for 2 there, even if it's not quite on, but they're ready to go for 2.
Well, that's how you get the 2s, isn't it?
Totally.
Because if there is a misfield, because you're looking for it, you're ready to go. Whereas if you're not looking for it, you're not in the position to take it if the opportunity arises. This one driven down to long off for another single. More applause, which brings up the 50 there for Meg Austin, and a well-played innings indeed to take her to that half-century. 41 balls it came off as well. We'll get the precise analysis by having a quick look on edgbaston.com in a moment. Barbara Daniels, but what did you make of that innings?
Well, again, I don't think Meg Austin isn't one I've seen very much of, but she's, she came in and took a little while to get settled, but has played very nicely. And almost without noticing, I say she's ticking over at more than a run a ball, without taking a great deal of risk. And the mindset now will be probably, okay, I'm ready, let's see if we can push on a bit more. It probably needs one of these. That's the discussion at some point soon, to be thinking, well, maybe I'm going to take it on a little. What they don't want to do is get back to where we were with both, losing 2 wickets at the same, very close together.
Wellington bowling to Austin, who plays sensibly into the offside along the ground and picks up 1. They're looking for 2, but it's a clean pick up from Sweet out there on the boundary, so the 2 is not on. Score moves on to 247 for 2. The Meg Austin 50 runs from 41 balls, 2 fours, 2 sixes is the extra information you can find there if you watch the stream on edgbaston.com, as this one's forced off the back foot by Katie George, and there is a single on offer with Mike Perkins and Barbara Daniels. And it's been very good to have plenty of you with us on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream as well. Heading up towards 4,000 of you watching at the moment, so thank you for joining us. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up. Oh, it's been caught at backward point. It's Austin just after her 50. She'd played a very sensible shot and then goes for another push into the offside. It takes the outside half of the bat and it goes to backward point and just about carries. The catch taken, and Meg Austin is out, walking back to the pavilion. 248 for 3, and a crucial wicket to lose at a crucial time. Meg Austin dismissed for 51.
Yeah, no, that's a very good 50. That was a bit of a nothing shot, really, in the end. Actually, it was neither a push for a single or a full-blooded, full-blooded swash, really, which is a shame because she's played really well and she's done her job. She's scored 50 in a runner ball, more than a runner ball, and moved them on. She has moved the game on. We're getting close to 250, and we just wait and see who's this coming in now. Would be
looks like Karis Pavley is coming out.
So so the onus passes to George really here now. Again, to sort of take the initiative. She's set while Pavley gets herself in. I think Hampshire, like you're right, are probably happy that they're still. Warwickshire haven't got away. They're playing very well, but they haven't run away yet. But I would think in the last 10, Warwickshire will be wanting to push on. I mean, 3.
It's almost made the decision for them, hasn't it?
A little, yeah.
The fact that Austin is now out, they can. It's George who will have to go on and take this innings on and make the big score, as Amanda Jade Wellington sends long on and long off back.
Left-hander, Karis Pavley. Here we go. This might change perspective a little.
Just taking a guard at the moment as Amanda Jade Wellington continues to adjust the field.
It's interesting that she's chucked them both out straight away. 3 balls to go. Might want to keep her on strike.
Pavley faces up and the ball is thrown up really by Amanda Jade Wellington, tempting her to go over the top. She drives it straight back to the bowler, does Pavley. No run from the first delivery of the over. Or the first delivery to Pavley, rather, as this one is defended into the offside. No run again out to cover, just to tidy up that last wicket as well. Meg Austin caught by Francesca Sweet off the bowling of Amanda Jade Wellington for 51. Exactly the same score as Surren Kumar, the other batter out. Perrin for 81, as this is nudged into the leg side, and Pavley will gratefully receive her first run. It was one of those where she thought, didn't realise at first, and then thought, oh, there's my first single here. I'm going to run for all I'm worth to the non-strikers. The 250 comes up as a result. Oh, no, maybe not.
We might be a bit premature
just
there.
One, yeah, I think we're just one short still, aren't we? But either way, Warwickshire in a good position, but they'll want to go as far past 300 as they can here, you would feel.
Well, and they've got every right to expect that they should. I mean, I think that's the thing, and that's what I say. In the last couple of years, they've maybe let themselves down a little. Is they've got to these positions and they're not quite got enough. But they, we've still 12 overs to go, and batting to come. But yeah, important that George sticks about and Pavley doesn't take too long to get going. But she's nicely nicked the strike with her first run, and she's now going to face Sturge, who's doing a very good little job for Hampshire, for the wicket keeper come leg spinner.
The different dimension here, of course, is that it will be a left-hander facing, and the ball will be the orthodox ball that Sturge bowls will be turning into that arc, if you like, towards the short boundary. So,
but it still is only a sort of third, fourth ball to face, isn't it? So let's see.
Sturge delivers, and it is into that arc, and it's hit firmly along the floor to Nancy Harmon, who we haven't seen any of with the ball, but she's doing the fielding out there very well.
What does
keeps
she
it to a
bowl?
single. The 250 is up, 250 for 3.
When you say we haven't seen Harmon with the ball, what does she bring? What does she bowl?
Just to bowl a little bit of spinny stuff.
A little bit of spinny stuff. Thank you for that.
Yeah, a little bit of spinny stuff. There's Sturge bowls, and this one is hit away into the offside. Sweet there with the fielding, and there is just 1 run as a result.
I think she'll be disappointed.
Leg breaks, I think, from
right, okay.
But presumably Sturge has been considered
promoted.
The future of Hampshire's leg breaks.
I think George will be a bit disappointed she didn't put that away either side of the fielder there, but that's what they're going to be looking at now, really.
Here comes Sturge again. Now bowls, and it's pushed back to her off the back foot, but it bounces off the bowler, and therefore there is a single. It was a little bit pinball cricket for a moment there, but
poor old Sturge is getting battered there.
Yes,
in fielding off her own bowling.
As well as she's bowled, she has worn a few on the return, hasn't she? 252 for 3, Pavely onto 3 with that stolen single. Delivers again to Sturge. Back into the crease goes George, looking to cut. It's important she doesn't get frustrated here. There's a lot riding on this Warwickshire innings on the shoulders of Katie George. She's 1 away from a half-century. And she's driven uppishly, and that could have been the chance. They're going to scamper through for it. There might be a run out. Katie George dives for a ground, and she gets the half-century. Well, an eventful way to get there. It was an uppish drive into the offside. It bounced kindly for the fielder. Katie George had to throw the dive in. She gets to her ground. 253 for 3. Katie George has her half-century, and she needs to go on here.
She does, well played, Katie George. It was an eventful way to get there, just pushing it up into the air. That's what I used to do to leg spinners. I used to really hate them. But she's made it, and yes, she's got a bit of a way to go for Warwickshire's cause.
Sturge bowls. Oh, it's uppish, and it's into a gap. Well, I don't think she could have hit it there off the leading edge if she tried, but the ball has landed safely in what would have been a very comfortable catch for mid-off, but with McGacken back at long off, it's a single. Pavely on to 4, 254 for 3 now, the Warwickshire total, and George has 50 of them.
Yeah, so again, we're in that interesting, well, it's always an interesting phase, isn't it? But, you know, as a Warwickshire fan, we really want them to have a really good last 10, 11 overs now, to put the game, not to put the game to bed, but to really put the pressure on Hampshire, you know, if they can get into the 330, 340 region, they'd be delighted, I think.
Yeah, it's all about how far they can go past that 300 mark, really, here,
it
isn't
is,
it?
and it's a real balance, and it's a balance in your head as well as thinking, you know that, these players will know that, but, you know, I'll take the single, am I going for this one? It's when's that decision, you know, if I pick the right ball to have a go at? And and this is the thing for batters is, you know, you can score 50 and then you get criticised for making one poor decision and you're out.
Another drive down the ground off the first leg spinner of the over by Amanda Jade Wellington.
And this is Wellington's last over, which I think Warwickshire will be happy about. Ooh,
George looking for the cut, doesn't connect.
That bounced, didn't it, that one?
It did, yeah, just kicked up. I definitely saw Hampshire last season. I think it was at Southport against Lancashire in a game where they lost almost all of the first probably 40 overs, maybe even 45, as this one is driven into the offside. 256 for 3. It looked as if Lancashire were amassing a very difficult total to chase, but they just clung on to them, and I think that's why they finished top of the table last year and got to the final. They just had the ability to cling on to sides and restrict them, and I think they won probably the last 5 overs of the innings, as this one's played down by Caris Pavley to long on. Datani there with a fielding single taken, 257 for 3. To work very, very hard. It was a very hot day that day as well, and you thought, there's no way they're going to be able to come out and chase this just because of how much pressure they were put under in the field, but they did, and that was where Ella McGacken got 133, I think, in the chase. So they'll be after something similar again today as Katie George drives to long on from her perspective, the right-handed perspective, for another single, 258 for 3.
And that's partly the beauty of 50 over cricket, is there is space for that to happen, to look like it's going one way and then to be pulled back, and there is a rhythm to that, the shifts in balance.
And Jade Wellington is through another over, as this one is out on the pull to the leg side, and that will be one more to the total. 259 for 3 is where I will leave you in the capable hands of World Cup winner Barbara Daniels, who will pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, so at 259, 10 overs to go then for Warwickshire to see how big a score they can post. Hampshire will be going all out to just keep them restrained, keep them restricted, restrict the boundaries, I guess, really is where they're headed. And Warwickshire will be doing everything they can to just pick up the pace a little without throwing this very favourable position away. What do you reckon, Claire? Just give you a chance to get your headphones on and press the right buttons, which I never do.
It's easily done.
Oh, there we go. We've got the batter's doing her shoelaces up just to help you. So Katie George sorting herself out there before Sturge comes in again. She's done a tidy job, Sturge, actually.
For a wicket keeper?
Well, and considering she's been bashed
Were you
about.
disappointed after Elisa Healy? Now, she did have a fairy tale end to her career that she didn't. Well, she did bowl in the. She bowled in the one dayer or something.
Did
but
she?
normally she doesn't. Obviously, she's a wicket keeper, doesn't bowl much, but she did bowl a little bit in that one day. As that's thumped 6 runs.
Wow!
Oh, wow! That was pelted up into the stands. They're going to have a job.
Pavley meant
has
that.
come back.
It was a full toss, so that's.
I beg your pardon. Pavley did made that. Yes, left-hander. What am I thinking?
So here we go again. So what's Sturge going to come back with? She's bowled tidily so far, but has just been hit for 6.
Not that one.
And she comes again to the left-handed Pavley, who
follows it up with a lovely
classic forward defensive. But yeah, this is the game, isn't it? So that there's going to be some shots like that. There are going to be some boundaries. Hampshire trying to restrict that as much as they can. In she comes again. So, and Pavley using her feet once more, just pushes that out to long on for a single. We see what Katie George's mindset is in now as 40 overs has passed. I mean, she's very capable of hitting big shots, isn't she?
She certainly is. Yep.
So, Sturge in again. And that's another full toss. Actually, Katie George has just helped that round the corner. She didn't really get hold of it, but hasn't needed to. It's raced away for 4 down a fine leg. So having started this over by saying how well Sturge has done, unfortunately she's thrown up 2 full tosses that have been dispatched. So she won't be very pleased with that. But she up to this over.
With your commentary as well.
Well, no, I think in fairness, it's not someone I've seen bowl before, and there are other people who could bowl. She had done a tidy enough job till then.
She has. She's been playing for Middlesex and Tier 2 for a bit before this, so I don't know how much she bowled there. I suspect she get wicket.
Oh, she's just popped that one up. Katie George just looking to maybe knock that into the leg side, a bit of a leading edge, and it's popped up for a balloon of a catch back to the bowler, to Sturge herself. So Warwickshire do lose that wicket they didn't want to lose, which is the set batter. Katie George goes for 56 from 51 balls, and Warwickshire are now 270 for 4.
5 4s and a 6 for Katie George. Do you think they've got like 50 and then out? Is it?
No,
because it feels like they're batting in like pairs.
I mean, I guess credit to the bowler who were just saying, she'd bowled 2 full tosses that had been dispatched. She's then that bounced a little bit. Katie George just looking for the gap that was available on the leg side, and it must just have turned a fraction, and she spooned it up really. So she'll be disappointed with that, the way she's got out. but again has done well to, so far Warwickshire have kept the momentum going, but we're now back at Pavley's been in for 12 balls, and now we've got another new batter,
Chloe Brewer,
still with this. And then again, they're not daft. They all know they want to get a big score here, and they know they want to have that to defend.
Well, they also know that 300 won't be enough because of what Surrey did to them on Saturday as well. So Brewer, who started last season like a train with a bat and then had a horrible injury and then had to sit out the season, unfortunately. So great to see her back. She got last year she got a catch and some wickets against Hampshire, but she's done well with the bat too. So
Sturge coming in for the final ball of her 5th over, first ball to Brewer, who plays that safely back to the bowler. So an eventful over, 6 a 4 and a wicket. Warwickshire 270 for 4 at the end of the 41st. So 9 overs to go.
Oh no. And they need to get past that, well past that 300. We said that my personal formula takes them to 338 at least, and let's.
Well, we would like that to be met precisely, so that you can do a lap of honour at that point about
my jumper pulled over my head
about how good your formula is. Because Claire does message me throughout the season saying, "I think you're fine.
I think you're
that
fine."
The Jenkins formula has worked.
I have to find a lot of cricket to see if I can find one where it works.
You have to sample selectively.
Yeah. It works in a T20 as well. Ash Thorpe up at Durham, when I was commentating with him last season, we had a T20 and I said, "Oh, my formula says this," and he just went, "No." And then I was within a couple of runs, and he's just looking at me like I'm like some dark magic or other.
So we've got a change of bowler because Amanda Jade Wellington's bowled out. So Tyson comes back from the City end, bowling left arm to the left-handed Pavley, who knocks that off the back foot into the covers for an easy single. Just adjusting the field for the right-hander. Yeah, a lot of arm waving going on between captain and bowler. It was annoying when you field him and you got a left and a right-handed batter. Oh no! Like, oh no! Where were they? Where was I supposed to be? Where was I supposed to be this over that batter? As a captain, yes, it used to do my head in sometimes. You just think, oh, I've just got sorted, and then they've sent one of those weird left-handers in. So in Tyson comes to Brewer, plays off the back foot back to the bowler, and she's still not off the mark. Other handed batters are available. It's a rarity in the women's game. Well, the Aussies seem to have loads, but we seem to have very few. Just about to say we could do with a few more. Yeah, so she could. Tyson comes in again, and Brewer plays that off the back foot and does get off the mark through the covers for a single out to Sweet, who appears to have done quite a lot of boundary. She's done a lot of steps, hasn't she? Whatever they have these counters on them, don't they? That sort of says how many steps they've done. She's done her fair share. So on that boundary. The field settles again for the left-hander. Pavley just retaking her mark. So there's one covers out on the boundary on the offside for her, and we've got long off and long on, more or less on the boundary. So Tyson coming in again to Pavley, who plays that very nicely up to long on for the single. You can just feel a bit of, well, I'm beginning to feel, whether they can, you don't, a boundary would be nice now. I know they had a 6 and a 4 in the last over, but lost the wicket. But we saw Pavley there use her feet quite nice, and I'll come back to using your feet in a minute. So Tyson in again to Brewer, who just tucks that around the corner, another single. Again, you do get the sense, as Mike was saying, that Hampshire not unhappy about just turn the singles over, but and Warwickshire want to see some more boundaries. Sorry. Oh no, I was going to say Freddie Cardy and I were commentating at Derbyshire in Tier 2 at the weekend. One of the big differences is between the two tiers is the foot movement. There is little in the Tier 2 because they don't play so much. Tyson in for a final ball, just nudged to short third really. No run there, tidy over actually. So 42 overs, 274 for 4. Yeah, it's just this. The difference is that in Tier 2 they are amateurs. They are playing for the love of the game, and they just don't get the amount of. I mean, it's increasing, but they don't get the amount of games or coaching or
or
practice.
contact time with the coaches really to get those feet movements, particularly at the beginning of the season. And that was there were many things that undid Derbyshire on Sunday, but because Middlesex, I think, no surprise, won that easily. But yeah, the difference between the tiers is some of the technique and things like like the foot movement. So.
But like you say, it's a big. The different factor is time, isn't it? That they're not yet fully pro to being able to dedicate as much as they can.
Pro, most of them students, and they're young and they're
Meanwhile, change of bowler. So Georgia Adams bringing herself back on from the pavilion end, and she comes in to the right. Handed Brewer. There's going for a quick single. This could be tricky, but a bit of a wild throw. A dive from the batter, a dive from the keeper. The end result is 1 run. I think that was a bit ropey.
There's a proper splat there from Pavely, who does a proper belly flop. But a very efficient one to get herself back.
But she has got Pavely back on strike by hook or by crook. So the the fielding field changes again for the left-hander. So we're getting 3, I think, onto the leg side boundary. Yes, Georgia's pushing mid-wicket back, or straight-ish mid-wicket onto the edge of the ring. Nobody out on the boundary on the offside. And she's coming round the wicket now. No one on the boundary apart from long off. But anyway, long on. So he picks up the ball just for a single. Georgia Adams, I don't know we don't get the sort of ball speed here. She is pretty good at bowling it very slowly. And I think
taking the pace off,
totally,
as they say.
taking the pace. And so you've got to add everything. I think people don't appreciate, how hard it is when you've just got very little pace in it at all. You can't nudge and nurdle. You have got to hit it. Ooh, that's an attempted reverse sweep, which is an odd decision. I don't quite know how the ball has ended up
where it did. No.
I'm not even sure she hit it.
No, we're getting a leg by there.
Okay, we got 2 runs. That was I think she got herself tied in the knot, really, thinking about a reverse sweep.
Too many things in her head.
And it's sort of just ended up making its way down the leg side for 2. So Adams in again. 2, Brewer, slow.
But you're right, you've got to put all the batter then has to put all the momentum on the ball.
And Brewer's only just come in, and that's a bit harder. It's almost like Georgia Adams doesn't quite finish her action. It's like it sort of stops. And there's skill in that. I'm not knocking her. I'm saying it's hard. It makes it hard. It's there. It's short. And we've run on. It's a good. It's another single, which they've done well to get. Again, if they can get past that fielder in the covers, it would be 4. So we switch again for the left-hander.
You might get you made a good point. Well, lots of good points earlier, actually. But the intent to do 2, and getting 2, and really, I mean, it's you can put that in your coaching manual.
I'm at least at 4 pages in this manual by now. Adams round the wicket to the left-hander, and Pavely takes a swipe at that, hitting it straight. 4 runs. Intent definitely there. And she, again, moving the feet. She's not a tall girl, is she, Pavely? But no. She's moved her feet and put the bottom hand, I think, into that one. But to great effect. Hit it very straight. Beat both fielders in the deep. 4 runs, so they'll be pleased with that. 283 for 4 from after 43 overs. So we've got 7 overs left. 42 balls. 42 balls.
Well beyond.
Yes, so they need a bit. They need a few more boundaries. So I think it might be time for Pavely probably to be.
Pavely is likely to be very inventive because she's very creative, shall we say?
So Brewer's job is to get her on strike. So Tyson's coming in now, left arm round the wicket to the right-hander, and or either to get Pavely on strike or smack her back over mid-off for 4.
Easy.
That seems to have done the trick.
Yeah. Well, Chloe Brewer did, has opened. So she's brought in as batting strength.
Well, and that's a good shot. That's her first sort of
couple of seasons back.
Shot in anger, so to speak. So she's picked the right ball, and again the field is in, so relatively risk-free in that going over the top.
She was ex-Surrey a couple of seasons ago, but brought in to strengthen the batting lineup.
So Tyson comes in again. What's Brewer going to do this time? Oh, she's missed it. She tried to turn it round the corner. It's hit
It was
it, come
nearly
off her.
LB. It was just about every.
It's come off her pad. There's a shout for a stumped, but she's back in. So again, a lot happening for a dot ball. Tyson coming in again. To Brewer, who's reversed sweeping. A loud shout for LBW.
Oh, it's
given.
Yeah. Took a while there, Julia Jarvis, just having a little think about that, replaying it in her mind, no doubt. LBW.
She doesn't like it, but looking on the replay, I think that's probably a fair shout. And she's almost that reverse sweep. She's very upright as she plays it, which is what happened when she was at the other end and got herself tied in knots.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's a shame because again, I mean, it was a brilliant shot, first ball up and over. And you sometimes think, well, do that.
Yes, do the more simple thing. As Brewer goes for 8 off 11 balls. 10 minutes she's been in. It's shorter than a lot of the Warwickshire batters. So I think this will be Nat Wraith. Coming in, who also has opened at various points.
They have got the batters. They just want to keep going here to reach this potential because we know they can.
And I think it may not be a bad thing that Chloe Brewer got out. Because, as you say, she was tying herself in knots. I don't know necessarily.
It's very upright, that reverse sweep position. I think that's just
got to be
interesting as a choice of technique, really. And she'd have been better off playing that either on the leg side traditionally. Anyway, again, easy from up here.
Yeah,
shame for Chloe Brewer, but she'd pulled off that one very, very good shot.
Yeah.
So Hampshire will be happy. They've taken the 5th wicket. And they've got another new batter in, so Nat Wraith to face her first ball from Tyson, coming left arm round. And she is onto the front foot, playing that nicely through the covers for 1 run. Which brings Pavely back on strike for the final 2 balls of Tyson's 9th over.
Nat Wraith joined from Somerset a couple of seasons ago, settled in well, wicket-keeper batter.
So left-hander now, Pavely facing, left arm bowler, and she's moving her feet, and it's a nice shot, straight to long on, thinking about a second, definitely not on, so 1 run taken. 289 for 5. Does feel it's slowed down the scoring rate. Feels like we've been approaching 300 for a while.
Yes.
Tyson coming in for the final ball of her over. Another reverse. Oh, a delicate reverse played by Wraith. And I think that is going to go for 4. Interesting. She was ready. She was ready early. She was lower, and bat sort of more out in front of her. I'd like to see that on the replay to explain that a little bit better. Yeah, she was at a bat much further out, whereas Brewer is very upright. And, the bat's
in front of the stumps.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But that was a delightful shot, actually, and using what pace there was on it. So 293 for 5 after the 44th over. I think. Are we still? Yes. Sturge is still going.
How many overs has she had?
Well, I think she must be.
It feels like a lot more than.
Well, because Adams had 1, didn't she, at this end, and she's taken herself off and brought Sturge back. So the scoreboard hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah.
Which is they've been very good over there today. So
Sturge,
here we go.
It is 5 overs. They've had 5 overs each. So it's almost a tactic to be swapping between the two of them, isn't it?
Is that sweet, having to run across from boundary to boundary again?
No, I think this is sweet down here.
No, I don't know. I think
that's Norgrove.
Is it? Oh, okay. So left-hander Pavely to face Sturge coming in for the start of her 6th over. She's using her feet over mid-wicket and 4 runs. Nice shot. Pavely, she knows where she wants to go, I think, doesn't she?
Yeah.
And that feels like more. We're 297 for 5, getting closer to that 300. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, it was lovely.
And these are the decisions for Adams as captain, as who's her best bets for reducing the boundary count, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So we've now got nobody on the boundary on the offside. She's reinforced the leg side boundary, so we've got 3 boundary riders at square leg, mid wicket and long on. And Pavely goes again, lovely drive straight down the ground, ricochets off the stumps just for a single. I think if she'd missed the stumps, that might have been 4. She'd timed that quite nicely.
There was a sort of how's that call?
As if she might have touched it, but
yeah.
Nobody appears interested in that.
No.
So, Wraith on strike, right-hander. A bit of readjusting. The field's going left, right and centre.
I'll be going off at the end of this over, but you and I are going to have a little mention of Liz Evans,
Yes.
who passed away recently, Warwickshire legend, cricket and hockey. Just as after we break for lunch, so we're just going to have just a couple of minutes just to go through our memories, because it's her funeral today. So we will have a little chat, a little celebration of the life of Liz
We will
Evans.
indeed. So Sturge comes in, and that's a single to Wraith, just playing that calmly into the covers, bringing Pavely back on strike. So the field will run around again. Run around.
Run around. You and I were, that was nobody will remember that. That was it was a sort of kids game show would be the best way to describe it. Run around.
So Pavely to face. She's
God.
She smashed that down the ground. She's nearly taken out.
She's nearly taken
Sturge.
Sturge's head off.
I think she might. I don't know if it's touched any part of her this time, because she's done. Oh, I think it's her hand again. She has got battered.
She's bruised.
But that was a
Shin,
fabulous shot for 4.
hand.
And that's the 300 up. 303 Warwickshire now. She's keeping going.
She's a game
Sturge. I
girl.
think she's going to have to be taped up before
Yeah.
she comes back on again.
Taped up.
So Pavely facing once more, using her feet again, this time over the offside, and she's cleared the infield. Is it going to make the boundary? There's chase from Sweet. It is going to make the boundary, and Pavely has made her intentions very clear. Back-to-back boundaries. Again, using their feet
Yeah.
and seeing where the possibilities are.
I think Freddie's right. It is. It's something.
It's a
that's-
confidence thing there as
Yeah,
well. It's
it
a
is.
confidence
and
thing.
also confidence in the pitch that
Yes.
it's going to do what it looks like it's going to do as well.
So Sturge in again. What can she do to stem this flow of runs from Pavely? Pavely's moving her feet again. Nearly takes her head off again, but just gets the one down to Datani.
I'm
at
only
long
laughing
on.
because she didn't hit her, but
Yeah.
Sturge already was holding her head as the ball went past her. Bless her. She was out of danger's way. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Barbara Daniels, and Mike Perkins will be joining the comms.
So productive over there for Warwickshire, who are now 308 for 5 from 45 overs. So they've cleared that 300 margin. They've got 5 overs to go, 30 balls to see how far past that 300 they can get. Pavely has declared her intention. She's moving her feet very nicely and hitting the ball very hard. And it's cold out there in the field, so it's not easy in these conditions as a fielder. You do have to take some pain. So we've got a change of bowler at the City end with Gibb, who bowled very nicely to start with. She's got 2 overs left, and she's going to be coming in to bowl to Pavely.
Enterprising innings.
Enterprising
Pavely, isn't it?
innings.
She's
Yeah.
busy out there.
She is busy is the right word, and she's picked up the pace at the right time. So let's see what she can do with the pace of Gibb, who's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and she's driven that down the ground to long off, and they take a single.
Had a choppy sweep earlier. That was a kind of choppy drive, wasn't it? She kind of just
Yeah,
didn't quite get it the way she wanted, though.
but she's been effective. She's been effective, and she's injected some pace and some power. And now again we get the merry-go-round of the left-hand, right-hand field changes.
I think Georgia Adams is realising here, though, she's got enough time. The cut-off not till 13:46, so she's got enough time to sort of think about this.
So we now get mid-off is coming back in towards the edge of the circle. Gibb is directing her boundary riders on the leg side to just go a little squarer. She's got 3 out on there. And in she comes now to Nat Wraith. Oh, who attempts, I'm not really quite sure.
It was a
Backs
ramp,
away.
wasn't it, really? But she
Attempting
just
a ramp.
didn't get it.
Didn't quite get it.
Southby did very well, actually.
She did. She sort of followed her, didn't she?
Yeah, just to make sure when it missed Wraith that it didn't miss her. Because it could have quite easily missed the wicketkeeper and gone for 4
Yes, exactly.
anyway.
So it's no runs, but we've got again some other marshalling going on here. So we've got fielder going across to fine leg where there wasn't anybody before.
I thought for a moment Bex Tyson was going to go behind the wicketkeeper after the last one, just to make doubly sure.
So in Gibbs comes again to Wraith, who this time plays forward, drops the ball into the ring for a single, which I think is the sensible option. And let's get
that was all
Paisley
very
back on.
orthodox after the last one.
Sorry?
It was all very orthodox after the
Yes.
last one. It was almost an anticlimax.
But I think that's what she's got to do just at the minute while Paisley's in this mood and while she's hitting the ball so cleanly, is get her on strike. I mean, obviously put away anything that comes her way, Wraith, but let's see again as Gibbs comes in to the left-handed Paisley. Slower ball, which she connects with really well, and down too long on just for the single. Again, Hampshire won't be unhappy with that, I don't think.
No, it's about how far they can go past this
Yes.
311 at the moment, but they're going to need more than that, you would think.
Well, I mean, there's every chance of a 330, maybe a bit more. So Georgia Adams comes into a short third. There's a real ring on the offside here for Nat Wraith as she faces Gibb. It's a floaty full toss. She's hit that up in the air. It's just dropped short of long on, and they come through for one run. I think that might have been an attempted slower one.
Yeah, it's that stage of the innings, isn't it, where just a few speckles of rain.
Oh, it is very
Just
grim out
feels
there.
like there's one or two on the breeze at the moment. You can see the ground staff by the cover as well.
Yes,
Obviously,
they
they'll
are.
be having to bring that on anyway.
They're looking very ready. Let's hope we get the full 50 in and then see what happens after that. But Gibb coming in, final ball of her 9th over to Paisley. Oh, and she's bottom edged that for 4, which is unlucky for Gibb. Good news for Warwickshire, not quite what was intended, but they'll take them anyway they come. So 46 overs gone, 4 to go. Warwickshire 316 for 5, 24 balls. How many can they get past the 300? And will the rain stay off long enough for that to happen?
Let's hope so. As you say, you want a full 50, don't you? You
Yes.
just want that roundness to it, as it would feel a fairer game, I think, if Warwickshire got
Always.
their full 50.
Always.
And before we got the DLS and that sort of stuff. I mean, there's going to be a shower at some point this afternoon. It's just when and for how long for, really.
So Adams we've got a change of bowler in here. I think it looks like Datani's coming back on. Yes, I thought it was Adams going to bring herself back on again, but she isn't. Datani is coming back on from the pavilion end this time. So left armour, bit more pace. So it's pace at both ends. So Wraith to face.
There is a 98% chance between 2 and 3 of rain on the app I'm looking at.
Okay, Datani comes in. Left arm round, nice drive. For a single into the covers, stopped by Adams. Brings Paisley on strike. The left-handed field will start moving about again.
So that seems fairly likely at that stage. There will at least be some in that hour.
That's quite a firm
but there is also the sunshine emblem there as well, so it hopefully will just be a shower.
We might be lucky. So Datani just making some minor adjustments to her field as she comes in to the left-handed Paisley. And she's ramped that over the fielder's head who'd just been put into that sort of short third. That's a very effective shot. 4 runs to Paisley. She'll be delighted with that. So there's a bit more bounce, a bit more pace. She's used all of that in directing the ball to third.
Strike rate's getting up towards 200 now as well, isn't it? 46 off 27.
Yes, she's again. So this is the injection of pace that Warwickshire absolutely needed, building on that fabulous foundation that they've had all the way through the innings. So 321 they're on at the minute. Datani coming in again. Strong run up. She's put it in short again. She's tried the same shot and it's going to have the same effect. It was pretty much almost over the wicketkeeper this time. She's getting herself into really awkward positions but managing to get managing to get herself low enough to tip that over the keeper's head and go to her 50 off third. Is that 28 balls?
28 ball 50, yeah.
That's well done, Specsavers. I could read that. Other companies are available, obviously.
7 4s and 1 6 in that 28 ball 50 for Caris Pavley. You can find those sort of stats on edgbaston.com and also continue watching the stream.
So Datani might be needing to pitch this up a little bit more. Well, that's a more orthodox shot, just dropped into towards mid-off, and a single taken. It's just the injection Warwickshire needed, though. So they're on 326.
Yes, and you can see why she's caught the eye of England in the T20 format with innings like this.
Well, there's the intent that she can play orthodox shots. She's got some unorthodox ones, moving her feet, but it's Wraith facing now. Oh, and Datani has taken out her off stump. She'll be delighted with that after the 2 4s that have gone. So that's the fall of the 6th wicket for Warwickshire on 326. Not a lot of joyous celebration coming from Hampshire. I suspect they're a bit tired and a bit cold and know that this is going to be a tough ask already, I would think.
It's more there's a job to do here.
Yes.
There's still overs to be bowled, and we need to ensure we keep this to as few as possible, because if they don't get Pavley, it could get away from them a bit, and it's going to be Mary Taylor coming out to bat here. Made 30 on debut, as well as taking 3 wickets with the ball.
So is this there's Mary and...
There is Mary and Millie, but this is definitely Mary, even though it does say Mill Taylor on there, because
is that
Millie's not in
MLL?
the team.
Is that her initials? Is that her... Yeah.
Yeah.
MLL. What are her middle names then?
Oh, you're testing me now.
We'll come back to you with that after lunch.
So, hard to find.
MLL Taylor, Mary of this parish, is getting herself ready to face Datani, who's just taken out the off stump of her predecessor. So she comes in, Datani, for the final ball of her 6th over. First ball to Taylor, who hits that in the air but safely and takes the single, which will give her the strike in the 48th over. So 327 for 6 Warwickshire after 47. Pavley going really strongly, 51 off 29, and will be wanting to get back on strike as much as possible in these final 3 overs. But there's an outside chance of 350.
There is indeed. Louise Latham Taylor. Mary Louise Latham Taylor.
Latham Taylor.
According to Cricinfo.
And do we know what Mary's middle names are then? Does Mary have any?
No, this is
Millie.
Mary.
Sorry, Millie.
This is let's.
See, I'm already confusing myself and
say,
you.
I think Millie's not playing today,
okay.
So let's
stick
to Mary. I think
I've upset Mike now.
Mary Louise Latham Taylor. Let's stick to that one. Yes, Millie's not playing today. We'll do that. We'll do Millie's middle names later in the season, I think.
Okay, so Mary Taylor is about to face Tyson's last over. She comes in, left arm spin, and she swept that and done the job of getting Pavley on strike. So that's a single.
Yeah, that's first port of call, isn't it, for Mary Taylor here coming to the
Totally.
crease. Get Pavley on strike for as long as you can, and then if there's any balls left, have a whack at them.
So Pavley on 51, the left-hander watches as the field is rearranged. And Sweet again is sent for another long run out to the square leg boundary. So Tyson in. Oh, Pavley moves her feet, hits it down to mid-off, and Taylor ducks just at the right time to make sure she doesn't take it on the head. So 2 runs off the first 2 balls.
Bit of a wind-up at that one, but didn't quite get it as she would have liked.
So Tyson in again to Taylor, who does have a go at this one. It's in the air, out to the boundary and taken. Well, it's short and sweet, but it was there to be hit, but she didn't have quite enough on it to clear the long-on fielder there. So that's another wicket down for Warwickshire, but leaves Pavley on strike, which at this point probably is the best thing.
Yeah, it was almost a bit of a free hit there to go after the that one because it would have left Pavely on strike. Whatever she did, she wanted an even number. Ella McCacken there with the catch at long on.
Thank you. I couldn't quite see, even though I could read the scoreboard, I couldn't quite see who that was in my varifocals.
There's Alexa Stonehouse comes out to bat for Warwickshire for the first time. 3 wickets left. We've got another 15 balls of this Warwickshire innings, but in fact, of course, the new rules mean
of course
it will be the
she's coming to face.
the new batter has to face, of course.
Forgive me,
I say
I'd
new, we
forgotten
had them
that.
last
Yes.
year, didn't we? But,
So although the batter's crossed, it doesn't matter. The new batter has to come in and face, which is,
I think that's a good rule.
I do think it's a good rule. I had just forgotten it. So Stonehouse now facing with her job to get off strike, which she does. I don't know if she's hit that or it's a bye, but it's gone round the corner to short fine leg. It is a leg bye given, but so 1 to the scoreboard. More importantly, Pavely on strike with 2 balls to go of Tyson's 10th over. So Warwickshire on 3:30. The field disperses onto the leg side. And Pavely's moved her feet. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, actually. She's pierced the offside field that we're all in a line on the edge of the circle. And once it's past them, it's 4. So she's managed to move her feet, and then the ball was wider than she thought, but she managed to paddle that very effectively out for the boundary. So 3:34 for 7.
She'd been completely done, really, there in the flight, but still managed to readjust. And
she
hit
did
it
a bit like a
4.
hockey shot, actually. So last ball for Tyson into Pavely, floated up, and she knocks that down to long on for a single, which means she keeps the strike. It's very sensible batting. So Tyson finishes her 10 overs, and Warwickshire are 3:35 for 7 with 12 balls to go. 350 or not 350, we say. What do we think?
Well, they're getting closer, aren't they? They've got 5 half-centuries so far in this innings. Let's see how far Pavely can carry her innings, whether Stonehouse can add to it as well in the final 12 balls.
It's been a strong team batting performance, and if we go back to what we were talking about earlier, on Saturday, MR Lot and Izzy Wong scored runs lower down the order. Now there's other players doing it. There's all contributing, which is good for Warwickshire. Good to show some of that depth. And
even though they'll end up with more today than they did the other day.
Yeah.
But even though they're around about the same score, it's felt a better innings because the runs have come at the top.
So Gibb has come back in from the pavilion end to Pavely, and she's beaten her outside the off stump. So that's a dot ball, which would be very much what Hampshire will be delighted about.
Well, that's not a very kind throw to your skipper, is it, from the keeper, Southby? And I think the skipper would have been quite annoyed with her if she'd not hit the stumps there and they'd got through for a single. But clearly Southby backed herself to underarm that one into the bottom of the stumps.
So Gibbs in again, and that little skip halfway through her run-up to the left-handed Pavely, who's just pulled that.
Wow.
For 4, that looked like one of those ones where you press your head and it spins round. One of
She initially put her bat out because
Yes.
she wanted to try and catch it and scoop it the way
And
she
then-
has been.
but then just spun
but
round.
then, even though she couldn't, she still adjusted her wrist to flick it away for 4 runs. It just shows what a
Actually, she was thinking
talented
about
cricketer
reversing
she
it.
is. Yeah, she was going to play the sort of reverse paddle over the keeper's head, or reverse scoop really, that she has on numerous occasions already. But as soon as she saw it wasn't there and it was short, she still whisked it away for 4.
Yeah, she's got time, hasn't she? That's something of a quality that she has time to adapt. She is making scoring opportunities even when the ball's not quite what she expects. So Gibbs comes in again, round the wickets to Pavely, who drives that handsomely. Oh, didn't quite get it as well as I thought, but going for 2, sort of between mid-off and cover. I thought once she'd beaten the first fielder that might race away, but she didn't quite get that one.
No, it was just sort of a bit toeish, wasn't it?
It was,
but it does.
Which she's looking at now.
It leaves an interesting quandary for Gibb now, because obviously the thing you would probably do if you're trying to avoid that ramp shot is to pull your length shorter. But we've seen if you do that, she's still going to pull it for 4. So it's quite difficult to know where to bowl here for Gibb.
So in she comes, pitched up a bit. It's another a stonking shot, really, straight to mid off, but a single. She hits it hard as well. That's the thing. Pavely, so she's inventive, but she has some power behind those shots. So Stonehouse will face, yet to get off the mark. The field again dispersing. 2 boundary riders out on the leg side. Stonehouse just waiting to take her guard.
We've still got an over as well after this, is the other telling factor, with the short side for the right-hander rather than in this over.
So Gibbs in. Oh, it's up in the air. I think it's going to land safe from Stonehouse. It does drop, and they're going to take 2, in fact. Big throw from Sweet. And it was wide of the mark, really, so Southby struggled to collect that, but they've made it back home. 2 runs to the total, so 340 for Warwickshire. And Gibb, who's bowled pretty well, I think, for Hampshire. She started off really nicely. She's 48. She's taken 48 runs off her, but I think she's been one of the best on show today. And again, bowling through this wind, which she is at the minute. In she comes again. And this is straight back, over her head, in the air, just drops safely again. Single taken. So Pavely on strike for the final ball of the over. So if it's in her wheelhouse, I think she's still going to probably put it away, even if
yeah,
leaves her not on strike. I think we've just got to take what you can get here.
I wonder if she will maybe go for the ramp or the little scoop here.
So they've got the 2 on the 45s either side at the minute, haven't they? But Gibb comes in. Oh! And somehow she's managed to... She's got a big swipe at that, and it's taken an inside edge or something.
Inside edge,
inside
past the stumps.
edge, past the stumps, straight to the short leg fielder, fine leg fielder. Single taken. Pavely gets the strike for the final over. So Warwickshire, 341 for 7. With 1 to go.
It's an impressive total, whatever they get off this
Yes.
last 6 balls, isn't it? And it was notable there. It felt a little bit like Pavely, as soon as she'd played the pull shot first ball, as if she felt she knew where the ball was going to be and that it was going to be full outside off, and she was trying to, I think, hit the 6 down the ground and just didn't get hold of it.
Yes.
I almost wondered if she'd gone for that little ramp shot maybe on one of those 3 balls she attempted that with. She might have got a boundary and just kept that thought in the back of Gibbs' head. But she bowled well, having been hit for the first
She has bowled
ball
well.
of the over for 4.
Yeah.
She did well to keep her discipline there, because it's hard to bowl those sort of wide Yorkers, if you like, outside off stump. You can very easily end up with a lot of wides in your column. Here's Datani.
So yes, Datani in for the final over to Pavely, and Pavely just sort of checks a drive for a single down to long off, which will bring Stonehouse on strike. I mean, they've kept at it, Hampshire, haven't they? They've chipped away at the wickets. It's not been easy. It's been very windy out there. It's hard work for the bowlers. Short boundary to defend, and it is a big score. But, you know, they know again from Saturday's game, lots of runs were scored here.
Yes, and I've seen them do it before. Just
Yes.
hold on to a team and just keep the total as low as possible, and then come out and bat really well. So
Datani in the second ball. Oh, that's pulled to square leg for a single, and noticeably Pavely was running before she'd even played the shot. So there's no doubt about her intentions, as she needs to be on strike, and she's quite right.
I guess that's one of the issues with the slower ball as well. If it's coming slow off the pitch, the non-striker can just start sprinting.
So Datani to Pavely, a line in the offside, and she flipped that around the corner. An unusual shot. I think she was probably thinking about that ramp.
Yeah, she tried it, didn't she?
Wasn't quite in the right place. But anyway, single taken. 345. They've been very happy to make a nice, neat 350. 3 balls to go. Stonehouse to face. Datani in. And it's flipped through mid-wicket for 4 from Stonehouse. She'll be pleased with that. 349 comes up. No margin for error there.
And that almost guarantees the 350 now. So Hampshire are going to be needing in excess of 350 to win this game, in excess of 7 and over from the start.
Which is a pressure all the way through. It's very gloomy out there. The ground staff are still hovering by the hover cover. And in comes Datani to Stonebridge, who slashes that over the ring on the offside for another 4. It's raced away. So that's the 350 up, 353 now for Warwickshire with 1 ball to go. Excellently played. Well, Paisley's not having to do this. Stonehouse has got 12 off 6.
Yeah, impressive contribution on debut.
So she's got 1 ball to face. She'd like to do that again, I think. In comes Datani. Round the wicket. And she does go for it again. Straight down the ground. Straight on 1 bounce. 2 long off. They take a single. And that is the end of the innings. So Warwickshire 354 for 7 off their 50 overs. A very good total they'll be very happy with, but totally aware that on this pitch with the short boundary and Hampshire being the team that they are, it'll still take some defending.
It certainly will. Make sure you rejoin us for that chase of 355 as the hover cover makes its way on. Impressive stop down there at long off, given it would have been quite skiddy, yes, I would imagine, in the wet. What we're going to do is we will talk Liz Evans after the break. So just before we resume the second innings, Barbara and Claire will come and bring you their memories of Liz Evans. And so if you want to hear that chat, that will be just before the resumption of the Hampshire chase of 355. Just to run you through the highlights whilst the comes on. Davina Perrin 81, Amu Surankuma 51, Meg Austin the same score 51, Katie George 56, and Karis Pavley 63 not out. So 5 half centuries for the Warwickshire innings. In terms of the bowling figures, Hampshire having a bit of a rough ride of it, but there were 3 wickets for Bex Tyson for 65 from her 10 overs, the pick of the bowling figures. So 354, the chase will be 355. Do join us for that.
Welcome back to a soggy Edgbaston here for Warwickshire versus Hampshire. It's a 50 over game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, as you will see from the live stream. We've got full covers on here. So as we broke, yes, it's even coming down the lens. As we broke for lunch, the skies opened, and as you can see, we've got more or less a full set of covers on here at Edgbaston, and probably you can hear through the mic as well that it is teeming down outside. However, we did promise that we would have a little chat about Liz Evans, and then also I want to ask Barbara about female coaches, because she's been involved with female coaching development as well. So let's start with Liz Evans. So do you want to start first? So you, because we both know her, but from different but related angles. It's her funeral today, so that's why we are mentioning the Warwickshire cricket and hockey legend Liz Evans.
Yeah, she was a stalwart of the West Midlands, really, and I came across her probably first through hockey, actually, because I used to play hockey for Tamworth and then for Warwickshire. So came across her as an umpire, but quite quickly, once I was involved in cricket, realised she was that as well. So she was one of those. Really, there was a group of many indomitable ladies of the era, including June Bragger, who we were talking about earlier, who, when you look back at it, were just remarkable, really, because they just kept organisations going, be it hockey, be it cricket. They took on responsibilities. Liz used to drive me to places to play, I remember, and she was one of those. She was quite a tall, upstanding, had a military bearing almost. She was quite an imposing and, well, let's say scary
she was.
character. And as a youngster coming up through sport, she was sort of a bit unapproachable, you felt. But again, as you got a bit older and you got to spend a bit more time with her, you realised she was one of those with a very, very dry sense of humour, and behind the scenes and unbeknown until you get a bit older and a bit later, you realise that she was one of the people who was supporting me, talking about me, pushing for me within hockey and cricket, actually, just sort of advocating for you at various points, and in a naive kind of, oh, the world just keeps happening kind of way. You don't really know or notice that. You just think there's just this group of older women, which obviously we now are.
You speak for yourself, Barbara.
We said, they were probably in their 40s or something.
Yes. They seemed old and ferocious to us.
Yes, they did seem like they were of another era, really, but phenomenally encouraging and amazing at setting standards and expectations. So you would never turn up to a game with the wrong kit or anything that wasn't white enough to be worn. She was one of those. But she was just, again, as I got to know her perhaps more through club hockey, when she was. She used to umpire for us at Tamworth at one point. She became our sort of umpire as we travelled around, so you'd spend more time with her and in different company, and just very funny, but would have spent hours and hours throughout her career. And she was a head teacher, wasn't she? She would have been very busy in her professional life, but in her other aspects of her life, just dedicating lots of hours to people like us being able to have places to play and leagues to play in, and getting people from A to B. So she was a strict taskmaster mistress, but I remember her with great fondness, really. What about you?
Yeah, so I mean, you're right. The sort of wider point is that there was that army of scary, scary women who we thought as very old, and they were mature, but when women's team sports were amateur with not even a whiff of ever being professional. Those sports relied on this army, and I will call them that, an army of women who were dedicated, gave their entire non-working lives to organising committees and
being on committees, turning up at selection things.
All of they had to, bearing in mind they had no support for this, so they had to do everything for themselves in terms of governance and committees and boards, and arguing for any kind of finances or fundraising or selling things or jam sales or whatever it was that needed funding and organising, and also often across international boundaries, because that's let's say England tours to Australia or something. Huge fundraising efforts and logistics to sort out. So that was the army that she kind of was part of, I suppose. So I first came across Liz Evans because she was. I went to a school in Birmingham called Swanshurst, which is still there. 2,000 girls, a massive school, and two of our head teachers. One was Liz Evans, and the other was June Bragger. Both of whom played for certain Edgbaston ladies, I think, when it existed.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
Cricket, and also were involved with Warwickshire cricket and hockey, both of them.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, we didn't play cricket at school, despite having these two indomitable cricket figures and legends of the game. June Bragger was the umpire for the first ever women's game at Lord's in
She also
1976.
played for England, didn't she?
also,
She was a bowler. Yeah.
Yeah, she did play. So she went on to umpire that game. She is the reason that I started my cricket journey. Well, she's the start of my cricket journey because she was head teacher. We had a school trip here to Edgbaston, so that my cricket story starts with June Bragger and Edgbaston, but also the fact that they were both head teachers at my school, Liz Evans and June Bragger. So Liz Evans, yes, and I came across her through hockey as well because I umpired for Warwickshire, so I came across her on those occasions, and then through cricket later, I represented the West when it was the Aries. We talked a little bit about this before, so various eras. So when Barbara played for the West Midlands and I played for the West, it was an area championships.
So it was an amalgamated counties in some cases.
Yeah, so yours was the whole of the West Midlands.
Yeah.
The West was the whole of the West Country, which was from the tip of Cornwall right through to Gloucester and the whole of Wales.
So whole of Wales.
Yes, bearing in mind there weren't many clubs
Yeah.
of women who could play that. So when I played for the West, Liz Evans came back round again because she had moved schools as a headmistress to Plymouth and was a headmistress down there, and so she ended up being hauled back in to select for the West. So she was a selector for the West.
Yes, I was just about to, I think she might have selected for England at some point.
I think she might have. I
Which
think
is
somebody said that to me.
also where I would have come across her then, and I
Yeah.
think that's where I began to be aware that she might have been, I was aware that she was she was obviously a very proper selector, but not that she was favouring me or anything, but I knew there was someone in my corner,
Yeah,
put it
that's
that way.
important.
Yeah, so I did feel that she felt, and she did at various points she would let me know that she thought I was pretty good. There was in those days and
In
from
the
those
way-
kind of
yes,
people,
very
there wouldn't
subtle,
be
but
yes,
you
it wouldn't be
knew.
an overstatement. There would never be any overpraising going
No,
on, but you'd
no.
sort of gradually get to be aware that they thought you perhaps weren't bad.
Yes,
Actually,
weren't too bad.
maybe you could do this.
Yes, yes, but it was very like you. Yeah, you weren't allowed to get away with anything you mentioned.
No.
earlier. You also mentioned her military bearing. So then, in later life, so then there was a big gap. She was a selector, and so when I left the West and came, my work moved me to the East Midlands, and I then started playing for Derbyshire. So our paths went in different directions at that point. And then after I finished playing, I started playing golf, and the Women's Cricket Association, who ran women's cricket in England, and Barbara can tell you, we won't go into that, but Barbara can tell you some war stories about the end of the WCA and the beginning of the ECB. However, the WCA has a golf society which still exists, and we meet up twice a year. There are a lot of ex-England players, ex-England staff. It was started by Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, Pip Vivian, Pam Crane, and those kind of characters, if people remember back. So all of whom have passed now, unfortunately, and Norma Izzard, who's also passed. Yeah, so all of those women set up the WCA Golf Society, and so I started playing when I finished, and then hey presto, I then come back across Liz Evans, who is part of the WCA Golf Society. So twice a year I would meet up with my ex-headmistress, ex-West selector. She also taught me computer studies.
Oh, did she?
When I was at school.
Well, they used to have to wheel a computer in.
Yes, we wheeled it in and then waited for about a quarter of an hour for it to warm up. Yes, I don't know how much use it was. It's certainly no use to me now.
She
but
was
it
a
was.
bright woman, though.
Yeah, she was maths. Maths
yeah.
and computing and a headmistress. I also have a friend who was Sharon Harris then. Sharon, what's her name now? She was Sharon Harris then. Actually, I bumped into her yesterday in Tesco's. And she tells a story about when she got her results through from the exams. So she didn't know my connection to Liz Evans at all. And she tells this lovely story about how Liz Evans basically scooped her up because she didn't get the results that she wanted. Liz Evans took her into her office, sat her down and said, "This is not the end of the world." It's a lovely story, and it's kind of it speaks volumes of the woman, really. So, yeah.
I think that's it. That sort of troop of women at that point. You know, they were tough, and there was a lot of tough love, really.
Yeah, tough love.
But they really cared, and they did. They made pathways for a lot of us, not necessarily to get to international level, but just to play the games, hockey and cricket in these instances, but to keep that sort of stuff going and recognise its importance, and those spaces, safe spaces for girls to be able to, take part in sport. And without them, there would have been nothing. I mean, professional or otherwise. I mean, there would have been nothing to come afterwards, and the hours and hours and hours and hours they would have put in through everything. I mean, you didn't want to be on the wrong side of them, but you did recognise that they were putting in, just boatloads of time, really.
Yeah. Because you recognised it, but also you had no idea of how many hours, how many committees,
and again in your naivety, and still now you'd be moaning about stuff. Oh, I can't do that. And not actually realising that these people, like you say, I mean, they were head teachers. You think
jobs.
How hard they're really working, and then in between, in their down time, they were prepared to put all this time and effort in. She was a lovely woman. Liz Evans, and she was a very capable woman. You don't get to be a head teacher without,
No, you mentioned a military bearing note, which reminded me that at the WCA Golf Society, she and Pip Vivian had a big O birthday. I suspect it was 70, but let's 70 or 80. Her and Pip Vivian, who had been involved with setting it up, and they were both Women's Royal Air Force.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. So. Here's a weird mental picture for you. So Norma Izzard, whose husband was a
he was in the RAF, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he was like he was high up. Anyway,
right.
He was dead at that point. But Norma Izzard looked at me at the meet that was closest to their big O birthday and said, "You're about the size of my husband." I was like, "Okay," and then she dressed me in his uniform. I've got a very blurred photograph, which I'm sure Ralph Nicholson would love to see. So I am dressed in Norma Izzard's husband's RAF, and he's like a flight command. He's like he was high up. I'm in this, and there are various people who've got RAF uniforms from wherever, or pale blue or whatever. And we put the RAF music on. I mean, the irony of all of this is that my father was in the RAF.
Oh, right, okay.
In his national service days. That shows how old I am. In his national service days, and I did show him a photograph of me. I said, "Look, I've gone straight in as a flight commander or whatever it was."
And what did you do?
So we put the music on, and then I led a walking fly past to Pip Vivian and Liz Evans. To celebrate their birthday, which was felt very fitting, and of course they had to make their own entertainment in those days. So singing and carousing, celebrating each other was part of the culture.
Yeah, and that's
it?
part. You think about Cricket Week and those sorts of things. Yeah. About Liz and June Bragger and stuff would have been out of those sorts of things. And again, you think about how. When you're involved in any sport these days, you know how difficult it is to organise, to be, DBS people, all of that kind of stuff, and to convince kids to come when they've got loads of other stuff to do. It's really hard work. And also, there's lots of stuff written about creating spaces where women feel safe to take part in sport. And they just knew how to do it, I think. And like you say, spaces where we all used to sing a lot, that there would be... it was fun. It was lots of fun, and you were in multi-generational groups of people, and you as a young person would come into this and feel, to start with, you'd think this is all a bit weird.
Yeah. Why are we doing this?
But then actually just see there was something quite simple and joyous about it, as well as the cricket, as well as the hockey. There was a genuine understanding, I think, of community, really. And they were encouraging other people to be either, to be, if they thought they were any good at playing, but just to be involved and to help organise stuff. Just without you realising, they were just shoving you into positions where
it was
you took on a bit more responsibility.
What you can't say, because there's no camera here, but Barbara's talking with her hands. Yeah. It was a light touch, wasn't it? It was all done without any kind of clunky,
I think
demanding. And you just knew that
and a
what
bit
was
of
the
an
right thing to do.
expectation that if we all want this to continue, well, some of you are going to have to step up a bit. But actually, they sort of showed you how to do it, and you kind of, it's, I say, we were too young to properly recognise everything that's going on at the time, I suppose. But yeah, they were of that. I mean, they were of a bit of a different generation, really. But I mean, how old do we think Liz was when
We
she
think Liz
died?
was, so she's only died recently. I think she's in her 90s,
Yeah.
and I'm sure somebody will come back.
Yeah.
And certainly that would be.
Yeah.
That was the sort of innings that she was.
And
probably the
a
age.
big factor in this part of the country particularly. So Warwickshire, yes, but West Midlands, there'd be lots of people out there who would remember her, but either from being taught by her head teacher, but also various sporting organisations. Many of us will have come through and and come under her influence, really, in that sense, however close or far.
So that's Liz Evans. So she was involved heavily with Warwickshire cricket, also heavily involved with Warwickshire hockey through her times, and we're celebrating her today because it's her funeral down in Plymouth, and I would like to have gone, but it seems fitting that we pay tribute since we both knew her as well.
And then that we are here at Edgbaston, where she would have spent some time, I think, and in and around these neck of the woods. Yes, and they would have played. There was an Edgbaston ladies team where I started playing here, actually.
So moving it on, because you mentioned two things. One thing about, we use the word professional because they are fully paid professionals now. However, what we've just said, if anybody's listening to what we've just said, I worry about the word professional because it's right, because it's fully paid professional. But there is a sense for me about the people who your era, for example, weren't paid. In terms of taking it seriously, training hard, being role models, expected to go and do glad handing, or when you were on tour you had to go and do dinners and do all that kind of glad handing and stuff without being paid for it, and taking the training. So there was certainly a sense of professionalism.
Yes.
Even without being paid.
Totally.
So I do worry about that. But I know we wanted to talk also wider about coaching, because you've been. So tell us what you've done in your developing coaching stuff.
Blimey, this is going
No,
back,
but just give us the headlines.
Well,
Bob.
okay. So I did my coaching qualifications. In cricket, I was one of the first women to get level 4, and in the it's going back 20 years or so.
Don't say how long, because they'll work out how long we both are.
So I did become. I was the head coach of the sort of women's development squad. It would have been at that point. So the sort of under 19s, under 21s. And again, it wasn't a full-time job. I did get paid. It was part-time, but there was other stuff to do. We'd have training camps. There weren't many games. You're trying to do the best you could with the players you'd got in the time that you had with them. But it wasn't an option to be a full-time cricket coach at that point. So you still got to do other stuff, which is always what I'd been doing when I was a player. And I did move into becoming more involved in the development of other coaches. So through ECB, and as the whole coaching system changed in the UK, so I got very involved in developing coaches of all sorts, starting in cricket, but across other sports. And I still do some of that, but I've moved now more into developing female leaders within sport. I'm currently working on a project with Commonwealth Sport, which does bring me into contact with coaches. But I guess we started talking. Well, we've been talking on WhatsApp since I think I just sort of referenced the fact that relatively recently FIFA had just announced this big decision to say that they're going to enforce, I think not from next year, soon, isn't it? It's not,
Let's say soon.
It's not a big run-in, but that international teams have got to have a female coach or assistant coach, I think. And that has put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, but delight from me. It was just like, hooray. I mean, there are female coaches in football, but again, and I think football leads the way because it's had more money. It's perhaps been it's been professional in terms of paid terms for longer. And they've done lots of things to support female coaches coming through, and they recognise they've persuaded FIFA to recognise that actually at some point there comes a point when you have to say this isn't happening fast enough. And there's lots of reason why the development doesn't happen fast enough, but largely often due to a very small pool, or women have got children, or there's other things, other factors. There's lots more men who are already qualified, have got experience, and so when you're up against people who've got more experience, you often don't get the job. So the fact that football have said, look, one way to do this is to say we're just going to say you've got to have some, and therefore, presumably that means various countries are now going, oh my, what are we going to do? But actually, how do we ensure that we have got good quality people ready to come into those spaces, and therefore what systems do we put in place if we haven't already to make the pipeline work? And I just kind of threw that out there to think, I wonder when other sports might
other team
follow
sports,
the lead, or think about it. And again, we were talking about obviously the Red Roses, the rugby have been hugely successful, and it seems plain at the minute that there's a lot of those, so they've had a bit of a big turnover after the World Cup, and numbers of those people who are recently retired are moving straight into coaching positions, or are working almost like apprenticing in the elite environments that they're very familiar with, and that you can see those people are going to come through, and you can see probably in the not too distant future it'll be less common to have bring in a traditional male coach, and that there'll be women ready to take on those positions. And it's not to say nobody wants any men involved in the sport, but to be able to have more opportunities for women, whether they've played internationally or not. Although that does provide a route, and that therefore we come to cricket and say, well, what are we doing about it? And I'm out of the loop, so I don't want to suggest ECB aren't doing anything about developing female coaches. But I think I get uncomfortable when I watch the 100, when I watch the various World Cups, and you look at the staff, and there aren't that many. There are some, but there aren't that many female coaches. Or there's a head coach, and then you look at all the assistant staff, and there's not many women in there. When we come to these county games, or say the 100, there's just not many, and it's hard to see who's in the background. Now, there might be people in the background who are being readied to come through, but I just began to think, I wonder whether it's or when it's going to be time to say in cricket we are going to be suggesting or encouraging or insisting that at the 100 might be harder because the ownership of that's different, but at the county level that we should be expecting to see a female coach, assistant coach, at every opportunity. And therefore, what are you doing about it? Where's the system behind it? Who's supporting groups of women, I think, to come through? It's really difficult, much as, I haven't coached for a while, but, when I was on the level 4, Jane Powell would have done it before me. You were always and inevitably the only woman, maybe one, or at level 3 you might have been one of 2 or 3. And it's just... It's not that you want to go on an only female course, but actually it takes a long time to get on those programs, and if you only get 1 or 2 coming through, that's not enough to make a big difference quickly. You sometimes need to have 10 together who can help each other, and they will be, I don't want this to sound stereotypical, but potentially more collaborative in helping each other to progress, even though they might end up competing against each other. But I think there's a greater sense of wanting each other to succeed and get better, and be available for various posts, I think. So there's something about that. There's a critical mass, I think, that needs to come, which Mike was just saying, as we are into this professional paid era now, and as some of these current players move into retirement, I think the pressure will come also from them to say that I want to still have a career in cricket, whether it be commentating, whether it be officiating, whether it be coaching, in the same way that men cricketers do have that option,
and an assumption for that they will stay in the game and carry on.
Or that there's various routes, and it might not suit. I'm not saying for everybody. I'm not saying let's force people into coaching, but to build on that and to say here is a route, here's a source of coaches will be these players who are moving into their retirement. But you do feel like perhaps we've missed out on a number of generations of people who could have been involved in coaching if you know, we can't go backwards, we can't rectify the past, but it is to say we don't want to keep losing out. There's lots of people who could make really good coaches, but again, if you're currently, you know, we're in new scenarios here with counties setting up again and going professional. Well, who are you going to bring in who's got experience of a professional cricketing environment? Well, there's not that many women, so you know, if you're saying, well, best candidate for the job, you've got a big pool of men. And that's not to say you shouldn't ever look there, but it is to say, how do we make the pool of women who could be applying for those jobs be a bigger pool of women who are ready and able and confident to go there with a system that helps them.
You mentioned about critical mass, and that's important for any outlying group to feel the sense. And you talked about safe spaces when you talked about Liz and June, to have that safe space of a critical mass where you feel like we're supposed to be here, we can support each other, and actually say women do work in a different way. You mentioned collaborative. It's a different way, isn't it?
It can be, yeah.
And talking about just talking about the wider sport thing. I forgot the point I was going to make then. I've lost it now. I've lost it again. I was listening really hard because that was really, really interesting stuff.
And it's not easy. It's easy. It's a bit like sitting up here saying, why don't they just do that when they're batting? It's easy to say, well, why don't ECB just X, Y, Z? But it is. Yeah. So it is necessary to have some system thinking, and I suppose it just prompted me to think, wow, that's amazing that a world body has essentially said you've got to do it. That we're not going to hide behind, oh well, we'll give you 10 years, or we'll make some moves towards. They've just said, no, you've got to do it.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see what the outcome of that is.
The point I was going to make about the white, before I forget, because I'm prompted from the side, is I'm going to bloody forget it again now. I've got so much in my head.
You see this?
Yes. So in wider sport, we, as women in sport, have seen men use women's sport as a stepping stone, and there's kind of nothing wrong with that. However, women may well see it in a different way. Let's say Charlotte Edwards, because she's got the England job.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you go from there? In a sense, it's probably a bit like Lisa Kiteley has done the England job and is now going into franchise. Now she's probably happy with that. I did have a brief conversation. She was saying it's more doable because she's on a small period of time.
Yeah.
So that actually suits her. But where do you go from? You know, once you've done the England job as a woman, where do you go next? Because the assumption is that women who get to the top of their sport, you must want. You know, I got asked, well, you must want to go and commentate on men's cricket. Well, nobody's asked me. However, there might be a reason for that. But in terms of how much I can add to that. You know, adding value, because I didn't play men's sport, but there's a bit of that. So stepping stones versus pinnacles was an article I read a while back, which I thought was a really interesting point. Mike is prompting me to just mention that while you can hear the rain coming down.
Raining.
Warwickshire got 354 for 7 off 50 overs, so we are encouraging you to check with the match centre at edgbaston.com for prospects of play today. So they'll keep you up to. They've got all sorts of stats there. They've got replays. You've got lots of statistics and things. Is that all that? Yeah.
At what point do we get to losing overs?
Well, that needs calculating as well, doesn't it?
Are we already? Are we probably at that point? Getting close.
Your point, but to bring it in, so in terms of the 100, because Lisa Kiteley, this is factual stuff, Lisa Kiteley said when she looked around the room at the audition for the 100,
the audition and
the auction, both really, wasn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
That she was the only female coach, head coach there, and she said she voiced her disappointment at that. We did see Meg Lanning was there as an assistant, I think, and then also Anya Shubsall, interestingly.
Was that the auction?
She was at the auction. I think she's assistant coach for one of the teams.
Yeah.
But they're still, and Sarah Taylor has done coaching in men's and women's. Alex Hartley and Kath Dalton have done coaching. Remember the name. Kath Dalton's done coaching in the Pakistan Men's Pakistan Super League.
Yeah.
So but they are still outliers, is your point.
It's definitely happening, and you know, look, and there are lots of women's coaches out there. There's lots of other coaching roles apart from the England role. So, you know, I'm not saying there's no female coaches, but I think that I just think, you know, it's been great what's been happening for the women's game, and it's been brilliant, you know, to be able to come and commentate on this and to be able to talk about, as we have done today, to say, look, the standard's improving. you know, you can see the difference, the time that they have to train and practice and play is happening. And it's just alongside that, you know, it just rankles a bit that, you know, you see them all and it's a lot of men coaching. And I say it's not knocking the men, it's not saying that they're terrible, it's just saying that on balance we'd like to see some more high quality women, of which there are many. It's not about saying let's just put anybody in the job, it's about saying let's prepare people, and it might need a slightly different way of preparing than the men, to be able to take on those roles, because undoubtedly there are quality people out there, and there might be different ways of thinking about jobs and about sharing roles. I don't know, but I think, you know, it just needs to be properly thought out. And I say I'm not suggesting that nobody is thinking about it, and there might be stuff happening behind the scenes that we're not privy to, but as yet the visuals of it when you watch games are that we're not seeing many.
This is our opinion piece, so you know it's not about, you know, because I was asked by the Professional Cricket Association, the PCA, to chair a panel for International Women's Day at Lord's recently.
Right,
I'm going to dine out on this for the rest of my life. You know, I'm going to stop the story there, except that as a guest speaker was Baroness Sue Campbell, who has worked for many sports.
Yes.
And has
another amazing,
massive...
indomitable,
scary
lady.
She's indomitable, scary. She is. And she was brought into we were talking about football, the Football Association. So and she explained the story of that. So she was appointed by the chief exec, and he said, I want you to disrupt the game. He told her that was her mission, was to disrupt and get more women involved across the whole piece in women's football. So she was given basically carte blanche to do that. And she said, I had 3 questions when I met people and when I was familiarising myself, and these are brilliant questions, so you might want to take notes at this point. She said, I've got 3 questions. I went up to every member of staff, I spoke to them all separately, and I said, what do you do? What could you do? And what's stopping you? What do you do? What could you do? And what's stopping you? 3 really, really powerful questions. She made a point of emphasising those in their presentation piece. Really, really good. And what she found out was, because the last question is what's stopping you, the barriers basically, and they were all sorts of things, and you know, maybe flexible hours, or I mean, it could be anything, but lots of surprises came out of that. So she was then able to remove lots of barriers. The other thing,
lots of barriers to women in all sorts of levels
that already existed in the structure.
Right.
Then her next thing is to get more women involved in all of it, all the governance, all the background. So what she did was, she said, I had this carte blanche from the chief exec, and I brought in feisty women to every single department. It wasn't just the women's football, that was the whole thing. She didn't want it separated, she didn't want it in a silo. I mean, it won't work, and she made the point, it won't work for every sport, won't work in every organisation, but this is how it worked in football. She brought in feisty women to every single department, not the men's, not the women's, every single department, refereeing, officials, governance, training, coaching, whatever. Every department, she salted away a feisty woman, and she cross-managed all of those women as a team, but they're obviously also managed within their own teams, and created that amount of disruption. And then, you know, I mean, it isn't A plus B equals C.
No.
But ultimately, the Lionesses are in the World Cup final and win 2 back-to-back Euros. So.
And the game is growing,
and the game's growing,
female coaches,
so that's the football context.
Yeah,
but given a cricket spin because it was the PCA.
She's an amazing leader, is Sue Campbell, and I've met her quite a few times. You know, and she's worked for Sports Coach UK, and again has spent as also a bit like, you know, we're talking about Liz and June. You know, has spent a lifetime of developing sport, being involved in all aspects of sport, yes, with a particular focus on women and girls, but not only. You know, she was instrumental, she was one of the key people in the 2012 Olympic bid and all that sort of stuff. You know, she's well rooted in those sorts of things, and I think she's a really clear thinker. And, you know, and she had the thing about her, I think the FA managed to get her at a point where she was considering retiring, and this was the job that, you know, they persuaded her to come. I think officially part-time, but, you know, she never does anything part-time.
No, can't imagine that.
But, you know, and there was a sort of combination of circumstances that the FA were ready and she was even readier. She was almost like ready-made to come in and say, right, okay, let's do, because football was ready to move on to the next level. Again, years and years and years of stuff going on there, and cricket has similarly, women's sport has similarly moved on, and I think football has been at the very forefront of that as a team sport, and and we're all, there's lots of factors that mean that all of us are benefiting. And making strides, and ECB has made massive strides in lots of ways. It's not a game of perfect, and it's not knocking the things that have, that have happened. It is just about saying, okay, it is now 2026, and I just would like to see some more female visibility in the coaching sense. That doesn't mean they'll all be brilliant. It doesn't mean they'll get everything right. You can be as irritated with them as we are about male coaches. In the end, it'll just be, you'll still say, oh God, I think we need a new coach, whatever. But there just should be more women getting the opportunity and support to get there, to be able to ply a trade, really, or consider it a trade, as opposed to thinking, I'm at the end of my playing career, and now I need to go and let's say we were talking about Div 2 here of people, students, or there are people who are semi-professional in the cricket setup at the minute. Some of those might never play for England, but they might be phenomenal coaches in the making, if there's a structure ready to recognise that. It's not only about converting international players into coaches, but providing routes for people who, have just got a skill set that says they're going to be great with players.
Yeah, because there could be great. They could be great coaches, just not played at the top level.
No, totally. I mean, it makes sense to bring those people in who have played at that level, because you do have an understanding of the sort of high performance environment. Doesn't make you immediately a great coach, which is why I come back to Charlotte Edwards. I just have such respect for her that she was self-aware enough to say, I do need to go and learn my trade.
When she turned down the job to start off with.
Well, and even before that, I think she recognised she'd got some stuff to learn. It wasn't a simple, I've finished playing, I'll move into being a coach and I'll instantly be a great coach. Other people may have put that expectation on her, but I think she knew herself well enough to recognise that the persona she had as a captain might not be the one that was going to help her succeed all the way as a coach. And I think that she recognised she needed a bit of time, and and she sought out opportunities and experiences, and she's demonstrated her her standards and her skill and her how good she is at each of those stages, and recognised that she wanted that rounded approach. The franchise thing came on as well at the right time for her, really. But I just think she's come into the game, come into the national job at a good time for her. Who knows where it takes her next? I mean, let's not move her on because she just started this. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, making a point about pinnacles and stepping stones, and men have often used it as a stepping stone. And
I think they have. And I say it's not knocking those people who get the jobs. It's just saying, we'd like to be in a space where when you're advertising those jobs, you're looking at a field that says, oh, there's 3 or 4 women who are more than capable of applying for that job, as opposed to there's 10 blokes and there might be a woman. If we can persuade her from that job she's already got. But that's it. Is saying there needs to be, we want a cohort of people, so we're not just saying it's Charlotte or nobody.
Yeah.
Or an overseas or whatever. We're saying beyond Charlotte, there's some more people coming up.
And also, I mean, my point about, I'm going to keep going back to this, but pinnacles and stepping stones, we want men or women who see the role like in a head coach. We see that as the pinnacle.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Not as the stepping stone.
Yes, not just as something to have in between.
Yeah. So that's what women's sport deserves.
Yes.
Because Casey Stoney made the point about officials in women's football.
Yeah.
And she said, well, the players are fully paid professionals. Why are not all
are
the
they
referees?
not?
Oh, well, they weren't.
But yes.
The Football Association again is embracing that in the same way that they've embraced live streaming and sport. They've set their own channels up and all the rest of it. So it's different.
And again,
ways.
it's not that long ago when you'd be watching women's football, and again, I think they quite bravely and went quite early, saying we're going to have all female officials, even at not just this World Cup. It's been a few World Cups gone now, and again, I remember watching the Women's World Cup that was in Canada. And the refereeing wasn't brilliant as an all-round. It was all women, but I think it was all women, or a lot of women anyway. But again, the standard has increased very quickly because they said, no, that's what we're going to do. We're going to have all women officiating, so we've got to We have got to support them to
Support them.
get to
Yeah,
develop,
train them and
to
bring
pay
them up.
them,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
train them. You know, and we know, like, you know, what it takes to be a cricket umpire and the amount of training and the stuff you have to do. And if you're umpiring on the telly, it's not easy work.
No.
And again, to get more women into that as well,
Yeah.
you know, it is not just to have the odd one or two. It's about saying properly, we want to have, it's right that we should have international competitions with fully officiated by properly trained and supported and paid women. And again, it may take a little while to get the critical mass, but I think that's what football has shown us, is you might have to put up for a little while with some little bit of bumpiness, but more quickly you'll get to the point where you can say, look, we've trained all these people and the standard is high. You still might not like the ref, and you still might think the umpires made mistakes, because they will, because they're human.
Yeah.
But you know, won't be any worse. You know, it'll be a similar percentage of men
the thing
get
about
rid of
change management, and Barbara and I have both been involved in a lot of change management, is that you have to understand what I would call the art of the possible, and unless you can see the change, you can't make it happen. So that's the difference in terms of the visuals, in terms of the sense of belonging, in terms of the critical mass and stuff we've talked about.
I was reading something, you know, just obviously in this last couple of weeks there's been the Artemis, the
The
thing.
space. Yeah.
And I just read a little article. There was, somebody was talking about the fact they were talking to their friend's daughter, who was maybe 8 or 9, who was really, really excited about the thing, and her first words were, "There's a girl in there."
Yeah.
You know, and it just is. It's hard to explain to people how important that is. That doesn't mean that girl wants to be an astronaut, but it's just so important to see that women can be anywhere and can do a good job, and to make that, just like you say, that art of the possible. Oh, that is something I could do then, you know, and that to become normalised, and not as special treatment, and not as, oh well, they've only got in because there was a quota or whatever. Actually, they're good enough. They'll make mistakes, like everybody does, like all players do, but you know, they deserve to be given the opportunity and supported to the hilt to be as good as they can get, you know. And that's all that we're asking, is that then you level the playing field a bit to say, well, you know, and if I was younger and interested in, you know, proper route into a career in coaching, that you'd think, well, I at least want a fair shot at those jobs, because I've been able to have the right level of experience. I've been able to you know, I've been able to get some practice, I've been able to get some support, and I've got a level of confidence that says, yeah, I think I know how to go about that job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're listening to the voice of Barbara Beebe Daniels, who won the World Cup in 1993 in Lords, and we're hoping that it's going to be repeated again this summer. So I'm just conscious that time is ticking on. I am Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer. You've also heard the voice of Mike Perkins. So before we stopped, Warwickshire got 354 for 7 off 50 overs. So theoretically, at that point they were set 355 to win off 50 overs. We've had heavy rain here for about 40 minutes or so. I hope you've enjoyed the chat that we've had about women's sport and the potential within coaching and further afield in terms of the general sport thing. So we will come back to you when we've got some sort of update on whether indeed we are going to. I mean, I hope that we are.
The weather is going to improve.
Yeah, whether we're going to get
on
back
the outfield at the minute.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Whether we're going to get back on, and also how many overs we might get, and what the because I'm sure we'll have lost time by now. What the revised in terms of overs is concerned. So we will come back with an update. But at this point, they were supposed to get 355 off 50 overs, but there will be, we think, a revised total and significantly less overs for the next bit if we get any more play. But we'll come back with an update as soon as we've got that. So this is Barbara Daniels and Claire Jenkins signing off for the moment.